grateful that you found time to be here with us today, despite the holidays. We remain committed to the cause that we're fighting for. And so I want to thank you all for being here. Ellie, do you want to start, or I'll turn it over to you?
No, Ari, you get it going.
All right. Okay. Good. Like I said, I really want to thank everyone for being here. The theme that we have today is building the future, the truth, resilience, and the mandate of the people. Building the future, the truth, resilience, and the mandate of the people. After about 26 weeks, 26 Saturdays of commitment and sacrifice from hundreds of people, maybe thousands of us, we have come to the last Saturday of the year 2025. The receipts from the elections that the world knows the results. Every one of us knows who won the election. Mr. Paul Biya knows who won the election. The people around him, the Ferdinand Gongos, the Atanganjis, the Ayolos, everybody in government knows they lost the election. Every divisional officer, every senior divisional officer, every director of Elekan, they all know the truth. And because we know the truth, we cannot stand for an alternative than the truth. And so as we build the future, it has to be on the truth. I also said the Cameroonian people are left with the scars of taking their destiny into their own hands. The scars we can see people from a political leader assassinated in government custody, and he said Ekani, to thousands of people languishing in the jails of Cameroon as political prisoners. We have the scars, but we must be resilient. That even faced with these scars, with these painful experiences, because we know the truth, we must keep fighting, that not one obstacle will stand in our way for us continuing to pursue the truth. And that truth, obviously, must culminate, that resilience must culminate in what is the mandate of the people, that there was an election, that there was a president elected, and that is the mandate that the people gave to the newly elected president. Mr. Biya and his team keep hanging on, obviously, with the unity. I would really want to use the words, I thought about this, the words, O Cameroon, thou cradle of our father. That we were given an opportunity to belong to this country because people came before us. They gave their blood and sweat and tears for us to have a country that we should have been proud of. But the hopes of our ancestors have not materialized. And so it is our time to pursue that dream, to get a country, a place, a land that has justice, dignity, and peace. And that's what we are pursuing here at Project C as we come together every Saturday, and particularly this Saturday, where we really want to not reassure ourselves, but reassure the listeners and the Cameroonian people, and even those in government, that we will stop at nothing to pursue the truth. We will stay united, a resilient force, to ensure that the mandate, the will of the people, is deeply respected. So that's the conversation that we're going to be having today, and we are grateful that you're here. Be part of the conversation. Let's 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 lend our voices to inspire this movement, so that we can take action that will lead to the outcome that we want. So I'm again grateful for everyone as I look at the regular names that usually join also dreaming on some other platforms. And so let me use the opportunity to speak to the Cameroonian people and to thank you for being part of this movement, and to say that you must not let up. You must stay focused. There would be times when we'll fall, but it's not in falling that matters. It's how we rise up as a people and how we continue to pursue the goal that we all have, the one in which there is peaceful transformation, peaceful transfer of power in Cameroon, as you elected to do on October 12th. For me, that's why we're here. We're going to be lucky to have Mimi today as a guest. Hopefully she can join us. Mimi has always been part of this conversations, but never really come on here as a guest. So we're looking forward to that. I know we have CY, and we're going to have as many people come in and have a conversation today. We'll try to keep this to about 90 minutes today. That's what we keep planning to do, but the conversation gets even more interesting as time goes on. So thank you again for being here. Eli, I'll turn it to you in terms of an introduction, some of the short-term goals that we have, how this is only made possible through the people that we have, the donations that come in, and the next steps that we have. Just before, again, I want to just remind everyone, 26 weeks running, this is the last call for the year. It's been an incredible run and an incredible year. And it's only thanks to you believing in the mission that we set out to do. So thank you very much for being here. Eddie.
Okay. Thank you, Ari, and for just putting everything in perspective as we come to an end of a year. And I think our journey started almost 4 or 5 months ago, because Eric was concerned about the election and how the election was going to work. As a voice of the people going to be heard? And I think that divinely was only revealed to him in one way, and it was through through the journalist. And then it moved into this Zoom because we talked about it after him and Mundi Fomoko met. And then it just took a life of its own. And to think that we're where we are today and all that has been accomplished, I just think that it was divine. And there's just a time when, the people have to be freed. And it's so odd that we are saying that people have to be freed, because I don't think, as we live in the Western world, would see that. I don't even know that in Cameroon we get that, because when if you're only living within the confines, the limit of a container, you just think that's your world. So it is not surprising that, I mean, if I was in Cameroon, or even here, I don't think that, we are prisoners or anything like that. And, and I've read sometimes people want to differ, but friends, we are prisoners. When you can wear a t-shirt that says Shiroma or whoever someone is against or the government is against, and you can be put in jail. And then now 300 people, and I think it's going to 600, are flown into somewhere deep in the forest. What is that? So if you cannot be free, but you could just eat and drink, and even then, so we are not free, we are prisoners. And if I live in the United States and my brothers and sisters in Cameroon who don't have that liberty, I am a prisoner because I cannot go to Cameroon and speak the way I am. And I know that, sometimes people say, oh, we're hiding behind our screens. No, we are doing the best we can. We are not being quiet. And because Project C has been doing the best we can, it is why we've had, and many others, not just Project C, it is why we are where we are today. It is why this rogue, speaking about truth, it is why this rogue government is being brought to its knee. They are desperate. They are dying. There is no money. I mean, when people are not skilled to do a certain job, when they are out not for the interest of stealing the government, but they're out not for the people, they're out for themselves. This is what happens. It's been compounding for over 40 years. And Mr. Bia has created a situation that he has become a prisoner of, for he's a senile older man that cannot save himself. And now he surrounded himself with bandits. And that's what's happening. That is the truth. We have to call a spade a spade. What I choose not to do is no, we have to call a spade a spade. There are people who are actually being, the people who are actually right now, like our sons and daughters who had flown into the forest. I just want us to know that, we are, if we just go about life normally, then there's something wrong with us as a people, which is why we are where we are. People have been flown into the forest, and a guard felt so sorry and gave his phone to a young guy to call. So there are like 3 names, and I posted that video. Please, 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 please. We need to share videos. We need to like videos. If we do nothing else, talk about what you can do. If what we can do is like a video, like all you do every day is like videos, trust me, you are a part of this resistance. You are part of bringing down the government, like liking videos. That's the new way in the modern world. Imagine a video that just goes to 10,000, 50,000 likes, 30,000 likes. That's because of us. So we need to add to it. We need to share it because people need to know. I don't know if you know this. Maybe I'm the last to know, but I got this last night. I'm looking at it and I can't believe it. They've taken people like me and like you guys. Let's really think about it. It could be you sitting in the middle of a dense equatorial forest. You didn't choose to be there. You don't know why you're doing that. And they blinded you and brought you there. Because I don't know if they're decreasing the prison population or they want to lie. They're preparing to say, these people are crazy. So pardon me if I keep going on this rant. I just want to bring to bear that this is more serious than we actually think it is. And we really have to cultivate and be aware of why this is so horrific. And sometimes we just don't want to deal with it. I know that I wasn't I didn't want to deal with it. I don't want to. But, through Project C, like we are all finding ourselves. We cannot, nobody will save us. We are the ones to save ourselves. This is just where we are, fellow Cameroonians. We are in this space and it's painful. But if we can go through this canal, this birth canal, I would say, we will be good. We will be good. We have to do the work. We can complain, we can do, but we have to do the work. So let's talk about the truth. Let's awaken people up. Let's not stop talking about what is going on, why it's horrific, and why we need to, as a people, come together, because nobody can save your child better than you. So if the child is falling, you just say, oh, somebody's going to help the child. No, you jump in there and save the child. And so Cameroon is us. Cameroon is me. It's you. It's everybody who loves Cameroon. And Cameroon is Africa. And so what we are doing right now, it's so important. I just also want to say a lot of times we say that, oh, we're just talking, we're just talking. No, for crying out loud, we're not. If we do not communicate, if we don't wake each other and say this news and every day say, did you hear? Did you hear this happened, that happened? How, what's going to happen? Because of the conversations, the press conference was a conversation. And, I know sometimes the easiest feeling will be, let's just carry arms and fight. And friends, here's what I want us to consider right now as we speak in this time. If we all just, buy guns, send it, carry guns, put people in states that they're not human because they have to go kill, right? And we just kill each other, brothers and sisters, even these crazy people and their families and all the people. I hear the BS family in every, the military, the gendarme, and the police, and some of them have 15 children or whatever, and your average, guys, we got to be educated on this. And their children are all in the military. But guess what? They're our family. They are our family. So if we go and we just fight and kill, and then we have to rebuild a country from this kind of trauma, how is it going to be? It's too much pain. So, but in this modern world where we can fight, look at what happened with the press conference in Paris. It really heightened so many things. They're in panic. There's not one person of the government who knows who they are who were not watching the press conference. Now, is it going to be as fast as shooting people? Of course, we know not. When you're in conversations, when we're applying pressure in the EU, and applying pressure, and they can't get money, when people are being convicted now of crimes, things are different. So it's being tightened. So let's be mature. Let's be mature and be mindful that in a child's mind, they may just want it now. After 40 years of what has happened, oh, let's just go get a country because we can fight and kill each other. But because we are mindful, because we're aware, and we know it took 40 years, it may take 6 months, it may take 2 months, but we know that we're going to do the hard work. The hard work is caring even for our brothers that we don't care about. Now, I agree with you. Yeah, I know. Some of them should go. But really, I'm just being honest. Who am I? I'm not God, but yeah, in my real self, they should just go. But maybe not their children and everyone. No. So I know that things will be done according to, but as a people, let's do our best. And we are having an effect right now. So I just want to plead. I think my biggest plead is two things. We must keep the conversation, which is why we're here today. If the people in Cameroon cannot have a Christmas that they deserve, then we need to be here every Saturday to have the conversation. Keep in our own small way, we can keep this fire burning. And the other thing we can do, as we'll hear from Ken today, Kenny Tendo today, is the different ways. Listen, just so we know, we're raising money in so many different ways. And I'm calling this a crowdfunding because this is the majority. And there's so many levels in which we're raising money. And so we're doing many other things besides this, as we're starting the projects with a fundraiser committee. So if you feel that you have more ideas, I know I've had some people who've been, Esther, I know you're one of them. I thank you so much, who have ideas on how we can expand. Maybe you can start an initiative within the fundraiser and expand. Please just indicate in one of the administrators. Kenny Tendo is the one who is leading the initiative, and Angeline Doe. They're both in both groups, so you can text them. They will reach you and bring you in so that you can be a part of the meeting, the Zooms, and the group, and we can move this further. And we also, I know that we're going to hear from Annette. We're going to hear from going to hear from Mimi, as I already said. So I just want to thank everybody that we're in this together. And hopefully today we're having a community conversation where everybody can come in and, talk about what's going on. We have so many different points of view. But one of the other things that I really wanted to end with is how we understand that we could be they could be, I don't know, however many lanes, and we're all going in the same direction. So I am so mindful that any phone call I get, anybody that I talk to, or any video that I watch, people are doing their best. It's not going to be one person. It's never going to be one idea. It's not going to be a Shiroma. It's going to be the Cameroonian people who brought their independence. They delivered their independence to themselves because they know they were worth it. And that's what we're doing, brothers and sisters. Now, I will go ahead and pass this on to Eric. I think Eric is here. Eric, are you there? I think you could, yeah. So, Eric, we're here because you had a passion, a burning passion within you. And, you had, it could have just been an idea. It could have been a conversation that you would have had. I don't know. Sometimes we're eating our fufu and jama in the middle of the night in a party. We do these things and we sedate ourselves with these conversations. But you decided to talk about it. You decided to choose journalists and other people and so much while you were in Cameroon. Like, what can we do? And then you kept talking about it. And then, of course, you had other people who believed what you were talking about. And they came together. And then, one thing led to the other, Eric. And this is almost 5 months later. And you've been to Yolo. You were there when Shiroma was almost killed. It was not what we were looking for. We thought he was going to be sworn in. Before that, you were making calls, inundated, calling all the candidates. We didn't know who it was going to be. Today we're thinking this person, tomorrow we're thinking that one. And they came on the Zoom. And then it just came together. And then you traveled there, you saw all what happened. We've been talking, it's been nonstop, Eric. And we're here today, coming to the end of the year. Shiroma is not where he needs to be. And we have a government that is killing people, that, is taking away the voice of its people. And we have not given up. And so, I really want to hear what you have to say in this time as we're closing a year. And we know that this year coming up, we're going to take our country. We're going to liberate our country. And we want to know what your views are. Thank you.
Am I hearable?
Yes, we can.
Now, thanks a lot, Elizabeth, and thanks to you and Array for holding on to this mantle and making sure it keeps, the flame keeps, the light is still on. I'm glad that we can come together today. I was thinking about it last night and wondering, my God, is anybody going to be able to put Christmas behind I come to this Zoom at 9 or 10. You guys in the Midwest, I think, where Kansas and St. Louis and the other places are. But I'm really happy to come, and I'm glad we're together. And it's important that we continue to do this, because I think what we want to achieve is the ability to come together at least once a week, to sacrifice on the part of many, and to be able to talk about the things, to update ourselves on what's going on in Cameroon, and see in what ways we can fine-tune what we're doing to make sure that as time goes by, we eventually can bring this ship to anchor in, where we want it to be. And I see that, every Saturday, as I prepare to come on and everyone sure that the change that has to come to Cameroon does, in fact, come. I'm really happy when on a Saturday like this, whether there are 10 of us or 15 or 20, or as currently, quite a good number of us have gathered. over 330 of us. That's quite amazing. As I was thinking about today, I felt, I should bring to your attention a few things that at least are helping move us to our ultimate objective of changing Cameroon. I think it's a whole lot of little things that are coming together, that will come together, and makes me, every time I look around and see what is happening or not happening in Cameroon, and I kind of feel encouraged or not about where this thing is going. And I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that I think we're in a good place. We are moving as we should, and Cameroon will be the better for it. I think the most important, I kind of try to see what happened this week that is helping us move along, towards towards that ultimate objective. And I see, for example, the complaint that has been taken to institutions in Europe, especially, but also in other parts of the world that have universal competence. For example, the Human Rights Court, the African Human Rights Court in Banjul. It's not because Mr. Chiroma is there, but because that's where the African Court of Human Rights is. And the fact that a complaint has been lodged there, as in the European Court, as in the European Parliament, as in other institutions with international, with universal competences to try cases that are of their competence. One of those that have been brought to these institutions is the a number of Cameroonian leaders who are being accused of torture and assassination. This matter is in court as we speak this week. And on the bench of the accused are folks like Mr. Ngongo, who's I think he's the Secretary General in the presidency of Cameroon right now. There is Mr. Tayong, the Minister of Territorial Administration, and the others include the head of the gendarmerie, Galant Setoga, and there are others. There's Mr. Mbangangele, who's head of the police, and I suppose he's one of them. And there are a few others, Baboke, who's the deputy director of civil cabinet. Anyway, all of these top guys of the current that are around Mr. Paul Biya, they're being taken to court with evidence, a ton of evidence of the roles they've played in the assassination of some Cameroonians, for electoral reasons, in the arrest, imprisonment, and maltreatment, torture of those same Cameroonians. So it's making its way through the courts. You'll hear a lot more about it when we get into the new year. Obviously, because the systems tend to slow down a bit when at the end of the year, with all the festivities of the end of the year. So keep an eye on that, and it is that will make you and makes me kind of encouraged, and certainly leaves me on a positive trajectory about where all of this is going. A lot is going to happen as we get into the new year. 2026, in my view, will be the year of when we get to the turning point, where we get to that ultimate place where the change that we want in Cameroon will begin to come about. There's that. There is also the call for an independent commission the lawyers have called for an independent commission to investigate the death of Anise Kane. And beyond that, we will be heading into this the funeral, which will be organized, which we hope all of us around the world, everybody who's concerned about things in Cameroon should be involved, be interested, and try to put out the information about how this political leader was killed. We know he's he'll be a hero in Cameroon. He'll be recognized as such, but it's important that we also use his upcoming funeral to help the world to know what exactly is happening in Cameroon and why the current system cannot be let to stand. They've got blood on their hands. They've got, the fact that they rigged an election and are still trying to make the results count. We must put that at the center of global attention as we go forward. And I think the funeral of Anise Ekani is a good opportunity to get global attention on the country and what it is we're trying to fix. In relation to this, the fact that 300 young prisoners who were arrested as part of the post-electoral violence, 300 of them just disappeared from the prisons. We're told a couple of days ago, they were taken out of the prisons and nobody, neither their families nor those with whom they were arrested, they were incarcerated, nobody knows where they are. And there's great suspicion that a mass grave exists somewhere, not far from Douala. I have no clue about this, for real. I have no evidence about this, but the reports are out there, and nobody's coming forward. Not the government, not the prison, those who manage the prisons. Nobody's coming up to say where these young people are. So we wake up one morning and we're being told that 300 to help decongest the prisons, 300 of them were taken out early in the morning a few days ago. And where are they? Until there's clarity on this, the suspicion is that they may have been executed. And I say that with a lot of pain, but because I hope it's not the case. But if they were, then that matter should be exposed. And I think there's an effort by a group of lawyers to try and expose that. It's all of these things that we are going to be spending the next few days working on to bring more light on it and to ensure that if people are guilty of crimes, such crimes, they must be held to account. There's a lot also going on in the country. You might have heard about efforts, suggestions to redo the administrative structure of the country. One is being led by the UDC, the Union Democratique Camerounaise, the Fumban, the party in Fumban, with Mrs. Tumainonda Mjoya, who's suggesting that Cameroon be split up into five more regions be created in Cameroon to bring it to 15. It's not exactly clear to me why the 15, except when I look at what they're proposing. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but they're proposing to have the predominantly Bassa region. I think, a lot of the people, currently a lot of people from Bassaland complain that that ethnic group has been split up. They're currently in 3 regions, in the littoral, in the center, and in the south. So the suggestion from the CDU is to bring them together and have them create one region. There's also the idea of creating a region that would have Nkong Samba as its headquarters. It's another suggestion that would bring the Mbams, the Mbamois, the people of Bafia together and have Bafia become the capital of one of the of another region. And obviously, coming from the UDC, they're suggesting that another region be created out of the West and have Fumban as its headquarters. So there'll be a region in the West with Bafustam, and then there'll be a region, the Noon, with Fumban as its headquarters, and then you have Kongsemba, you have the one that has Edea as its headquarters. And then there's one in the north that has Mayo Denai as the region. Look, so this political gamesmanship has started, and we have to pay attention to it. Does it lead to addressing the crisis that has destroyed the Northwest region and the Southwest region? Let me, for the sake of history, call it Cameroon, what used to be West Cameroon, Southern Cameroons. Again, this has to force us to go back into history and revisit not only that fact, but the fact of the crisis and how we resolve it. So this discussion has started, and the reason I bring it up here is so that all of us, must stay involved and participate in it before it escapes us. There are a lot of problems to be resolved in the country. This is one of them. And if the discussion has started, it's hard to say who has started it, but it has started, and we need to stay involved. I guess let me, not continue to hold the microphone for this long. I've got a few other things I want to point to before the end of this session, but let me allow Ari and Elizabeth to bring in others, and then we'll talk later. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I'm still in. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Ari, I don't know if you permit me, I would like to share a video, because Ari just talked about this 300 people, and we're all in conversations, and I am thinking there's certain things that we should all watch together, because this is why we're doing what we're doing. So, and just showing what happened in, because many of you may have seen it, maybe not. So I'll go ahead and share screen here. And let's see. Oh. Can you see this? Ari, can you see that? It's on TikTok. Yep. Okay, good.
TikTok.
On a enlevé de la prison de Douala.
Les gars, exécution massive au Cameroun, alerte, alerte. Ce qui se passe en 2025. Écoutez d'abord l'audio aussi, après on va poursuivre. Partagez ça, c'est très important. Il faut sauver les vies. C'est grave ce qui se passe au Cameroun. Écoutez d'abord.
Oui, chers frères et camarades, je viens encore vous apporter le correctif de ce message. De 300 personnes qu'on a enlevées de la prison de Douala. Et ce n'est pas la prison de Yaoundé, mais c'est la prison de Douala. Dans la prison de Douala, on a enlevé 300 personnes, parmi lesquelles il y a 6 Mousgoum. Et les 6 Mousgoum, celui qui a eu l'audace de nous informer s'appelle Abba Omar, au lieu de Zina. S'appelle Abba Moussa, au lieu de Zina. Je répète, celui qui a eu l'audace de nous informer qui sont dans la forêt et qui ne savent ni tracer la direction dans laquelle ils se retrouvent, c'est Abba Moussa. Le second, c'est Idrissa Abdoulaye. Dont les 4 autres Mousgoum, jusque-là, on n'est pas en possession encore de leur identité complète. Donc, merci. Pour me résumer, j'ai dit 300 personnes qui ont été enlevées de la prison de Douala pour une direction inconnue. Un parmi eux, au nom de Zina, mais son vrai nom c'est Abba Omar, son identité complète s'appelle Abba Omar, plus un autre qui s'appelle Idrissa Abdoulaye, et ils sont au total 3 Mousgoum sur 300 personnes enlevées. Donc cette information a été donc exfiltrée du groupe parce qu'il a eu ce courage de nous le dire. Nous ne pouvons pas vous en dire plus parce que là, on ne sait pas, jusqu'à on n'a pas eu encore de voice. Est-ce qu'ils sont vivants? Est-ce qu'ils sont morts? Dieu seul sait. Merci. Nous compléterons au fur et à mesure que vous allez nous envoyer des questions. Merci.
Oui, champion, bonsoir. Oui, j'ai été contacté par mon régional, oui, qui est aussi en exil. Il vient de me passer ce message, oui. Et les 300 personnes de la prison de Douala ont été emportées en brousse à une destination inconnue. Et un soldat a dû avoir pitié et a donné son téléphone à un des jeunes qui a appelé au domicile, qui a appelé un de ses frères au domicile du président Issa Chiroma Bakari Agaroua. Donc, présentement, on ne sait pas s'ils sont encore vivants ou s'ils ne le sont plus, mais il faut partager beaucoup pour sauver les vies. Oui, c'est important, champion.
Partager.
Merci.
Ah.
Ils ont...
Okay. Yeah, this is so serious.
Yeah,
And
that is-
we're people living in this situation. We should not think life is normal. I mean, it's a privilege that my children and I can go to church. We can do this and that. It's a total privilege. There are children like us, our children, taken in a forest right now as we speak, guys. You know, yeah. So
Yeah,
that
is very, 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 very disturbing. And I just want to start by saying we're living in very different times where technology is allowing us to be able to capture contemporaneously some of these developments. While there may be allegations, experience has proven that such allegations typically turn out to be founded. Experience, even more recent experience, has demonstrated that this government has very little value for life. That 50 people are dead in post-electoral violence, and a government hasn't had the responsibility or even humility to acknowledge those deaths, and that we know of a political leader that the government essentially choked to death and is set in prison. So this government has the propensity to commit such violent atrocities against human life. So whether an allegation or not, it is something that must be taken really very seriously. And I must also say, because the government sometimes eavesdrops on all of these conversations, we know it must also be a reminder for anyone that is indirectly, even remotely participating in such acts, because one day you will be judged, whether alive or dead. The justice will be rendered for the Cameroonian people. And as we can see that lawyers are already working on this, rest assured that you may lie in the comfort of your homes today, but I definitely promise you it wouldn't last too long before the arms of justice come knocking on your door. So if you are remotely related to this, whether you're a gendarmerie officer, a police officer, penitentiary officer and you're remotely participating in the execution of unlawful orders from your hierarchy, bear in mind that you are assuming individual responsibility for this illegal act, and obviously you will become a target of justice when the time comes. So we will be looking at getting as much information about this particular case and sharing and ensuring that we mobilize resources to support those who are in detention, as we've been doing for weeks now. But this is the story of our country, that many years ago, I can't shake this off, that Project Cameroon as a project unaccomplished, that Project Cameroon was designed to be this beacon that the rest of Africa and maybe the world will look onto. A rare country on the continent that had a dual colonial heritage that was coming together, full of resources, both above ground and below ground, to build something that will provide prosperity for generations. And 65 years later, we still find ourselves probably in a worse situation than when we had colonial masters roaming our streets and governing us. That the very people, our own brothers and sisters and neighbors, who one would have thought would lean on each other, would stand together, would build a united and prosperous Cameroon, are the very ones now that have essentially held 27 million Cameroonian people in bondage, in prison, not free to think, not free to speak, not free to choose. You may roam the streets of Cameroon, but you are not free. And until we can get to the point where our country is free, liberated from the hands of this neo-colonialist, can we say, oh, Cameroon, cradle of our fathers. We can sing that with the dignity and pride that it deserves. But for now, we cannot. When we hear stories, when we see stories, when we learn of stories in which the dignity of our brothers and sisters are crushed, and with the allegations of 300 people disappearing, in this day and age, in 2025, when the world has tactics of the 60s, in a world where technology has shone the light on so many things. It's unfortunate, but here is where we are. The question now is, what do we do? I continuously say, with very limited resources, we demonstrated to the world that President Biya lost the elections. We mobilized people on the ground to participate actively in the elections. It is easy to defeat this regime that is hanging on by just a bare thread. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I know the day is coming when, I shared an article at the beginning of the week, and created this powerful imagery of the people walking to a 2D, of the people restoring the rightful president in a 2D. And maybe that imagery was far-fetched to happen on 11 February. But if we do not believe it, if we cannot imagine it, then we cannot conceive it. So believing, dreaming, believing, and achieving is really what we must do. I see, like I said, I see the end of the tunnel. But to get there, we really need to apply ourselves, mobilize more people, open to collaboration, raise the resources that will enable us to sustain this movement abroad and at home. And that's why we come together like this, so that we can keep the movement alive. We can breathe energy, oxygen into the movement. And it's thanks to you showing up. It's thanks to you participating. It's thanks to your contributions that we sustain the movement. And I just want to take a moment to, again, thank everyone who is collaborating, but turn it over to Elise so that we can mobilize those resources that will give us, people always say they want action, but action is not only words. We need the resources to be able to go into action. And I know Eli has a team that has been working to ensure that we keep that going.
I'll go ahead and put Ken Tendo and Angeline Doe, who is currently, I don't know if she can't come on, maybe we'll hear from her, and Kenny, we can, you know, just to move. Kenny, this is essential.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, Ari. And thank you, Eric. Thanks, everybody who has made the sacrifice to be on this call today. Just by the fact that you're participating, either just listening, speaks to the fact that we are all stakeholders in this deal, right? We are all have recognized the fact that we have to play a part. We have to play a part. When you heard Ari talk about 300 people, just think about it. 300 people during Christmas, either murdered or hidden somewhere in the forest in Cameroon, living under untold conditions. We just went through Christmas, and a lot of us were celebrating. I'm sure if you were in social media, you saw families posting pictures, enjoying Christmas, and think about these people, just the 300. But that's not where it ends, right? There's a whole lot more than that. Tons still in prison. Some of them have been killed. And I ask you, what does it take for you to be part of this journey, to reclaim what belongs to us? We're not begging. We're talking about reclaiming what belongs to us. It's your own right, your due right, God-given. And so we, as a people, as a group, are saying we want our voices heard in every way that we can. And so all these things we're talking about here cost a whole lot of money. A lot of money that a lot of people here. First of all, I want to thank those who have contributed in the past. There are lots of people that you guys don't realize are contributing their own time, energy, sleepless nights in just doing everything that it takes for us to even have this Zoom meeting. There's a whole lot that goes in the background. People are traveling on their own dime. People are doing everything, paying for money out of their pocket. And I ask you guys, and I urge you today, last week we talked about just making a bare contribution. So Project C has made it very, very easy, right? It's a 501c, fully registered, tax exempt. You can get tax write-offs in your contribution. So please, all we ask is be part of this contribution, be part of this movement. And this movement, like I said, is made very, very easy. There are many ways you can contribute, right? You can use Zelle, the Cash App. If you go on our website, you can scan the QR code. You can use PayPal, any way that you think you need to just contribute this money. Now, for those who have contributed and those who know others who have contributed, ask yourself, how many more people are out there who can contribute? There are lots of us who are listening today that have businesses in the diaspora. And that's why I mentioned the fact that it's end of year, you can make a one-time contribution and you'll be tax write-off once you do your taxes next year, right? And the $100 we're talking about, just make it simple and easy. Sign up for automatic deduction, and that money comes out every month. You don't even have to think about it. But why is that important? At the end of the day, $100 a month is what? $1,200 in a year. I go back to the question I asked last week. What would you give to be able to be back home and spend Christmas with your family? We talked about the political prisoners in Cameroon. We are, and I think Elizabeth mentioned this in the beginning of the call, we are prisoners as well in the diaspora. Because I can assure you. And with their own family. So how can I own financial contributions to reclaim what belongs to you? You know, this money is being asked to be used for so many different things, right? There's a legal defense funds that we're talking about. There's the cost of technology. There's the cost of investigative reporting, right? All these people who are holding us hostage, their families are living in comfort in other parts of the world. It's going to take time and money to expose these people wherever they are so they can be panicking in their own boots so we can reclaim what duly belongs to us. It's our fight. Nobody's going to fight this for us. Nobody's going to win this for us. But rest assured, we will win this fight. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but the light is at the end of the tunnel that we can see clearly. But it requires all of us united, holding hands, contributing. Every little bit counts. You guys are all part of different organizations, different groups. Reach out to the group leaders. Reach out to anybody who you know. Cameroonian, non-Cameroonian, everybody has a stake in this deal. We're Africa in miniature for a lot of reasons. Let's reclaim what belongs to us. Your birthright is your country. And I ask, what would today make your contributions, make your voices heard? Let's not end this meeting today without you reaching into your pocket and starting your own contributions. Please go ahead, be part of this voice. Let's win this fight and let next year not end without us not being able to be back in Cameroon to enjoy and reclaim what belongs to us. French, English, it doesn't matter where you're from. We are one people and we're going to win this fight as one people. Thank you.
Benny, thank you so much. And I would also love to hear from Ms. Angeline Doe. And I just want to say that because, you know, we're all talking about, we know how to raise these funds and all these different, you know, subgroups and tribal groups that we have. And I just want us to be mindful of we're doing something we've never done before. We have raised money from past students. We have raised money from our tribes. We have not raised money as a country. We have been divided. We've been divided in fragments and pinned against each other, religiously, tribal, language, and we've not even questioned it, but we've been functioning. Who are they? Where are they from? And then who is this? And what do they? They're different from us. And we don't even know because we've just been, you know, in this culture. And so for the first time, it's, you know, while we're saying, well, people are not giving money because they want to know if they're going to buy weapons and then they'll give money. Before it was like, when we have a coalition, then we're going to give money. Now, you know, I'm sorry, but we need to challenge ourselves. It's going to be one excuse or the other. In the meantime, people are in the forest who are being killed. In the meantime, this animal is going to rev up more steam to do more harm, even though they're dying. When we have to say, as a people, when you were giving money to these little unions, we are so sure, but we are not free. We're still out of a country. So I really want to say, let's be mindful that we're doing something we've never done before. We're doing something for the first time, and it's going to take real consciousness and awareness and decisiveness. And for once, not questioning where is the scent that went in, knowing we have already proven all that we've done and we continue to do that. And so I really want to urge us, be a militant, be one of the supporters, that you're so passionate and believe in it that you're not questioning, because who we're questioning is ourselves. That's what it is. So I'm going to pass it on. Sister Angeline, are you there?
I'm here, Lee.
Okay.
But I'm not on camera.
Okay.
So thank you, Ken, and thank you, Eli, for that passion. You know, is palpable. But what I want to add, and Ken said it all. Ken, you said it all. And what I want to add is this, that the easiest thing for me in any group to contribute is to give money, right? That's the easiest that anybody can do. You've all heard about the many people who are in the background doing a lot of work, day and night, Day and night, they're doing a lot of work to sustain this, I will call it a movement, to sustain this movement. So the simplest thing that anybody can do is reach into their pockets. And if that's your only contribution, that's enough for now, because there's so many people who are doing the work. So please dig deep into your pockets. You've heard about the atrocities that are going on, the 300 people, whatever else is going on that we do not know, it's happening in Cameroon because of who we have in power. So please dig deep into your pockets and help Project C make the difference that Cameroon needs. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say that your help is not, we're not, I've heard people say, what are they doing? Let's answer the questions, please. And if they're doing, if we're going to buy guns, I'm going to give money. I am sure that if we had to ask every single person, everybody would have an idea, rightfully so. But here's the deal. For the press conference to take place, we needed to put money for that to go. We were able to, and we still have to pay in more. The truck drivers, the Villemore, everything that you see, sometimes the videos that are created that are coming through, feeding the kids who were at Shiroma's house. I mean, we can start naming things, we were there. So it's not one thing. We have to, because it cannot be just one thing. I really need for us to have a real conversation, because it's almost like we're hiding. We're not. There's so much to do, and we're every Cameroonian everywhere. So what else? Maybe you have a platform. Maybe you have your own platform. Please let us know. We are collaborating. Hopefully Mimi would be able to join us here. We're partnering and we're building a team with other bloggers, because listen, it doesn't take us working separately. It takes us working together. So the conversation is that we have collaborated with Mimi and we've been able to support some of the things they do. And now we've tightened a collaboration. Not that Project C is taking over Mimi Mefo, of course not. And we don't want that. We want her to shine in her light and glory of what they do. And not that she is taking us, but if we collaborate together, and maybe through the funds we can support, then things spread out, the pressure. If the pressure wasn't on, her family would not be threatened the way they are. We would not, some of us know that we can't go into Cameroon. There are many things that would not be happening. They would not be panicking. They would not be responding to some of the things, maybe contrary to the way they're supposed to. So because of this, it's not one thing. We're bringing down in so many different ways. So let's be a little bit more, I just want to say, aware, conscious, sophisticated as a people. We have not fought this battle in the way we're fighting it. So sometimes we're maturing as a people into how to do this. So, I'm really calling into our consciences and our higher selves to really come out. And sometimes we got to be at the cliff. We got to take a jump. We just have to go for it. This is our time. We cannot sit here and have wise debates. It's not the time. It's a time to support each other. And so having said that, I know we're having a robust conversation today. We have CY, who is here also. And I know that CY also appeals to a pigeon crowd, because we want this to be a conversation that involves our grandmothers and people in the streets, in Cameroon, and and we know that pigeon is our common language. So CY, you ready? Okay, let me ask to unmute. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Uncle Eric. Good afternoon to you, Mami Eyeglass. Yes, I don't the listing since, and at the year, and I know so people then day for ground zero where they be listing too as well. You see, this thing not been an easy thing. Number one thing way I want to talk and first way, I think say it is still twist of people them. Now say they never still understand say problem day.
You know, when you no say you get problem, we know the way you feel go begin look for solution. Because now man way it get problem, now he define solution. If sick they do you, and then you never go at the, you know me say you never go for physician, for doctor, make it check the kind of sick where it did do you. We know the way you go to find cure, because you know if you drink Panadol, where you get a problem for your foot. You know if you drink Panadol for problem where na hand or na some different corner for your skin. So people they need for understand say problem they and want change. I want to tell you people me they understand say if you see Cameroon, trust me, they like 100 years behind civilization. It's not normal, except their condition and they live with it as normalcy. Let me say anything will happen with them now, in normally they okay. For example, see the recent demonstration where they be making for Munya, Boya, for Palaba lights. If you imagine, say people don't be for 11 months without electricity. 11 months. Then they go for streets, say me they go demonstrate, say they don't tire the situation. And instantly, they call moto for Douala, a carry transformer, they bring up. How people they check for their brain. That means say this one, they call and say exceeding wickedness. Exceeding wickedness. That means say the people, they know what they do. That means say they torture una deliberately. They deliberately torture una. No be say for say me they give una stable water supply, no pass them. Electric, no pass them. For bill roads, no pass them. But they don't decide for wicked una. So if una fit understand, say this thing na wickedness, we una no want to make that wickedness continue again. Now for come together as one, support this project C, whatever thing where they come up with them, now for the good of Cameroon. Because if una see the people the way they talk about this project C, all then they final. So one thing what I need to understand for ground zero, all these people now do well people. Now people where they fit decide they should on them for whatever country where then they live their life, they do well with their family, they get their jobs the way they work and they earn their salary, they live with their picking. You understand? So but how you think say these people they go come out, they see una back for ground zero and they understand say una situation no they find and they want fight for una. Me some man no go think say they fight, because I used to hear this story where they talk say, oh, una dey for one country, why una no come for here for come fight? No, it's not possible. For every fight, it's like football field. For inside football field, any man get a win. When 11 players they play for field, so one day they put back when a reserve. When some injury, they change it, they put them. So always that's so that they follow your life for finish them. Just like me, like my own candidate, where there I for choose your own presidential candidate, your own political party, and you support them with all your heart. But for Cameroon, now two things they happen. Either you cover your mop so with zip, or you support CPDM. Either you close your mop with zip, or you support Pobia. If you know the support Pobia, you'll be enemy. But now so them don't create the multi-partisan system. So when I see some person like me where na me be the run inside Chirumao campaign, no, they run up and down when I see what they want to do for me. Now for tell una say, you know, people for Cameroon, you do this kind of change. So please, I beg every Cameroon way they listening to me now. Mo take a mo no say now. Let me say now responsibility for come small, for come together and support this particular project. may change come for Cameroon. May this regime, they come out and give chance for people where they get conscience and they get the fear of God to change Cameroon. Because to be honest with you, it no make sense. How we imagine say, we get president where it don't be for inside government for almost more than 60 years. Because President Pobia don't be for government for more than 60 years. From minister to president, we don't be for 43 years, but yet, Yaoundé capital when na Cameroon, Yaoundé de garbage. Yaoundé de garbage. Uno be boast for road. Uno be boast for anything good. And we don't gradually accept as in a normal life. How una fit imagine, say, for inside this 21st century, student, they still go line for bank for pay school fees. When modern system don't be now way, you want pay school fee now only for your phone. You don't touch and papa. Oh, you don't pay your services. All your bill them now only for phone. Now card. Then we for Cameroon will not get all these things. When we go enjoy them, we not fit ever enjoy them. It already shows that with this regime, we no fit ever enjoy all these good things and good road, good all these basics. Because now as I talk for una for Cameroon, they don't make we for luxury. Electricity, now luxury. Good water, now luxury. Medical, can we say good hospital for Cameroon? Now luxury. If you see some small good hospital, they consider them like one Hilton hotel for Cameroon. How do we live like that? So it is time for everybody where they hear my voice now for come up and say, no, we want a better life for Cameroon. And the only way we can get this life now for come together and make sure say this regime where they day now, they come out, give chance for another people to come, take control and move this country forward. So Project C, now the best way they call any person, say be part of it, support it, whether not financially or not any way, whatever thing. And then please, I want back another very short thing again. More try for leave this thing for Palava, small group. You know, say Pobia here regime, they be bring some their unique system where it don't work for them. That divide and rule policy, where they form small group. As you see, I say this group there for your way, they make as you see, I say this group there for your way, they want make more sense.
Aujourd'hui, je suis au stade de Pum des Garois.
Yeah,
L'un des plus grands stades des Garois, où on
I'm
faisait sur
sorry.
la course des chevaux,
That
où il y avait
could
l'un
be
des plus
an
grands
issue.
championnats.
Yeah,
Et le stade
I'm getting a
qui avait
point.
été réquisitionné pour être un stade d'entraînement pour les chantiers de la CAN
Hello?
2021 pour la CAN 2021.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Aujourd'hui, on voit comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got confused.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
me trying to put
So
things. I'm so sorry.
please, who really get for always repeat and when are they life? They get on their unique system for divide and rule, divide people. When they see and say this group is strong and it one makes sense, they go try all way to form a group that they know matching. Form small group them only for create confusion. And that thing it don't gradually the enter for inside with DNA. We get for really fight against that and avoid them. Well, we don't talk say we didn't for one for this place, more try to be transparent and we carry the thing to the level where every mommy, every papa, all those the way they don't cry tears. One the way they spend money for send picking them for school, at least they get a better future and get a good land again where we stay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you very much.
CY. Thank you so much for taking your time. So,
Yeah,
because
I just want to say, CY, thank you for you really broken down, say
Mhm.
the reason why would they here. No, but really because of we. Yeah, because of that people then whether they come on there. The people whether they Guzang, people whether they Yagua, Campo, we will not even know them. Then because of them, where would they fight? Because we see say every person with a body for Cameroon get potential. They fit achieve much more than they achieve. So it's because of those people that we do this. And I'm really appreciate the fact that CY joined us to communicate this effectively to the Cameroonian people everywhere. That we have to remove ourselves from the equation and put our country ahead of us. And that's the only way that we're going to sustain this movement that we have started. Yeah.
So yeah, and he's living it. He had to leave his family, his wife and his 4 children. I mean, this is so real. We're talking about people in the forest. We're talking about he has to run for his life, and he cannot sleep till his family joins him, because you don't know what they're going to do. I mean, anything is possible. We're going to have Toriman and Patrick join the conversation. We're going to bring in Herman. Herman, I just see you went off. We're going to bring in the conversation right now. I'm going to add you to the spotlight. We're going to add Leopold, because we want to talk about what's happening in Cameroon. And we want to make sure that everybody can relate. So Toriman, your hand is up. And Patrick, let's start with Toriman. I don't know who, I'm so sorry if I miss who was first. Let me ask you to unmute, okay. And then,
so,
yes.
Special salute for Oman where it came now for the equally, we will be back home. Now we see all things where the past. Now we know all things the past. Even though sometimes before you might be discover something, you already out, the already hear or the already receive. So I want to just start now analyze now, give updates which is transpired for the past week for Cameroon, especially for Buea year. This issue of strike action we contribute to come the block routes. Like CY earlier talked, got away see I be talk, I be follow it to keenly. Equally, electricity, no be nothing way if you get them, you be glad. Nothing way, na normal thing way all man get forget them. So for the past 1 week, Buea in particular, Buea be a standstill as they talk of grammar, Buea be standstill. And equally, the various quarter they be strike, they become more block roads. We get Mutengene. Mutengene become more block road on the 9th of December for Palava Light 2, say they never get light for close to 9 months. And equally, if it bad to the last, they be give the light. Where the one have a talk say, it means say all these things, so they actually they are available, but now it did say the current government did they understand now for the hard way, as they talk at me, they understand the hard way. Because if population become more strike from Mutengene, they know figure lights. Now way for the on the 24th, Christmas Eve, Sandpit, they borrowed Mutengene that theory, Mutengene that formula for Como block routes. And they become more block the whole Buea. They block their own road, Buea, but they stand still. Now way Malingo 2 for Moliko, the year they think so they say no, it will not come up block to, so it means it will remain in darkness. Moliko them, when a Malingo street for Moliko, they come out to the block routes. And my 18, Bumaka, Chief Street, Bumaka, Sese Munya, they become out block road. And Munya that only was na say Munya on a national road number 8. Now while that government or God job government intervene for the issue, because we are on just na secondary route, but from Kumba, Moyoka, Buea route, Munya become more block and they put table them, put plank them, put even stone the route. Now while that government make intervene for the Palava. So as we talk for now, me are they back home, are they for Cameroon, Malingo, they on that Malingo, where they enter for Ndepi Street for UB. They already get the light, they get lights. Lower Bunuma, when I Wokoko and Pokoko, they get lights. And Munya, they see install their transformer them as well as my 18. Why today number 27 day for this December, Tar Street Malingo, then they will still the road. They come up block road, say a new local light them, or they never see get the light. So they be block road as we talk. And then have office so they come go back have a day, we go see the update how it is for inside Buea now. So now the latest happening that way, it don't happen for inside Buea for Southwest here concerning strike action, concerning like Palava, where it happens. So we really think say, or it's not teach way back home, say it is so all these things so it they are available. but now government 1 year na the hard way. I really think that the Project C is very timely, and we need to support it so that the change actually come as it is.
Wow. Toriman, thank you so much for take time for giving update on everything where they go on. Someone asked
Toriman, if I can ask,
okay.
make you come back every week and give you update now on what
Yes,
they happen on the ground in Cameroon.
All right. Okay, clear. Anyway, so I get with the gather every Saturday. I give the rundown which don't pass transpire all week. I forget about the electricity, the fire incident for OIC where they call on Grace Support Market. For OIC side, the fire to come out. Tango say boys of quarter. This way they condemn boys of quarter. So any man he get the own function for the ground for the life. So fire the cash for inside OIC market for Beya, Great Support Market, and our boys will be struggle for see how they've lost the fire. Firefighting brigade them, come and brew them. They come out right from Mutengene because the Lord is we are not getting firefighting brigade. How come? Before the firefighting brigade come, boys already struggle, lost the fire. Tango say boy, they be there like the fire have cross burn the whole market for Great Support side. But at the end of the day, now one shop be burned into ashes, and then 5 other one they destroyed. As boy they struggle for lost the fire. I mean, no crisscross for the others shop them. So now so another input that will happen within this week. So for Cameroon, for Boyaye in particular, we are there.
Should I just explain, put this thing in perspective for our listeners? Part of the effort is to demonstrate that the regime that's in Yaoundé is not in control. They're having a hard time running this country. And the more our objective is to not only demonstrate that they cannot run the country, but also to show that there's a better way. There can be a better way. And we are going to continue to put the pressure through all these micro activities. You're hearing about electricity there, you're hearing about demonstrations out there, you're hearing about road closures and so on. It's all adding up. And we're going to go, we're going to take the pace faster come January. And our hope is that it will become significantly clear to the rest of the world that there's no government in Cameroon. A government needs to be put in place, and hopefully we'll be able to get to the objective of the change that you should see all these many activities happening here, there, and everywhere in the country. I just wanted to bring that perspective.
So important to put it in perspective.
Yeah.
Toriman, thank you so much. Then we have Patrick, and then we're going to have a conversation on our French brothers. I really want us to be all engaging. Patrick, thank you for being here, and we'll pin you up because you can be on camera. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Salute to everybody that is on this Project C. I have been attending this Zoom call for the past maybe 2 months, and this is the first time I'm going to say something, because last week I wanted to talk, but I didn't get a chance to really express myself because I heard the emotional plea from every Cameroonian. Actually, I'm from Momo. I don't want to give my area. I know my name has been called so much in my territory because of my activism within the Amazonian revolution. But I want to say this is the moment for Cameroonians. This is really the moment. Every Cameroonian in the diaspora and at home is willing, is eager to see that we effect change. And whatever we've been talking here, and I hope those who are working in the background with the Chiroma team are doing everything to make sure they use every avenue through diplomatic means to make change. And if it doesn't happen, we have to go the hard way. These people in Yaoundé, they have demonstrated to the world that they do not see any need for any change in Cameroon. One of our brothers just talked about whatever they are trying to do to create more divisions or provinces or whatever they are trying to do. This is just their plan, their 50-year plan. Because if you know the whole country is already divided with no amenities to even sustain the divisions. They are trying to make sure they create more DOs, more governors, so that these people are there just to protect the CPDM. But the moment is now for every Cameroonian to get up from where they are. Some people might always look at it like, oh, if few people can fight for us, yes, these few people can fight. But if we do not come together and fight as one person, these guys in Yaoundé will keep dividing us and they will keep staying there. On the financial part, I know financing is revolution like this. Any change like this would really entail people sacrificing. And we should all do it. We should all do it with all our hearts. I do not know how much people are passionate about this change in Cameroon. There was one during the elections, I had a chance to talk to somebody who was close to the Chiroma family. And I gave them just one, maybe 2 points to effect like 3 days before the elections. I was not even I knew that these guys would never hand over power peacefully. I told this lady, talk to the Chiroma team. We can all have an international Zoom call with all Cameroonians in the diaspora. Let's put money together. The Chiroma team should rent at least 100 cars and say the last 3 days of the election, they should start from wherever it is, if it's in Douala, Garoua, or wherever, and say this is the march to Etudi. We don't want to wait for the people to even announce the election. And they should start from there, Chiroma somewhere in the middle, and the people start driving those cars to Yaoundé with the population inside. That was going to change Cameroon for good. But she gave me the points why Chiroma will not be able to do that. And I said, okay, that's just my advice. But we know these people in Yaoundé do not have any plan. One of their most difficult things that they've gone through is that they don't have any planning of any transition in that country. That is why when Chiroma won, to them, it was like some kind of a shock. Even though they know they've been stealing the election, but this one was too clear. I'm sure some of them thought about transition, but they don't even know where to begin. They have never done any transition. They don't have any plans. They don't even have a committee that will sit down and say, okay, who is going to take care of this? What is going to change here? How things are going to go? That is why days before elections, they started giving brand new cars to all their ministers. So why are we moving slowly than expected? We need to create that panic that the world is going to understand that the people are angry. The young people in Cameroon, they are ready. It's just leadership. They want somebody to stand there and say, let's go. We are really, I for one, I'll sit here, even though if I said my wife would chase me out of this house, I would be willing to put $10,000 and say, let's do whatever we have to do and get these people out. This is selfless. I don't need any position out there. I don't need anybody to ever say thank you for doing this. I just want to see that these people can live free. We can all live free in Cameroon. That is shameful, because 2 months ago or a month and a half ago, I was in Cincinnati, Ohio for a function and talking to one guy from another African country. And I said I was from Cameroon. The guy laughed until he fell on the ground. When he got up, he told me, I have never seen any generation of youth who are not able to take their country back. Look at what this guy has done to you guys, a 93-year-old, a 90-something-year-old, and you people cannot get up on the streets and chase him out. I was so ashamed. I did not even say a word. I said, my man, let's just have a good time and keep moving. But I will tell you, this is the moment. I am really frustrated when I see where this country is going. It's not about me. It's about the generation to come, because we have to change this, and we have to fight with all our hearts. I have a set of Cameroonians. They know, if maybe 4 years ago, I got them together, we raised money and gave to the Aya Foundation and other charities in Cameroon. It was a one-day thing. We came up with about $11,000. And I have plans to meet with them again, because I want to see that even if we have to fight with every iota of weapon that we have, we should do it. And I'm going to get with these guys. I will do something, and I know Project C is going to hear this coming up in the next few weeks. I know we are meeting maybe next month or so, but I will start talking to them, get them ready so that we can chip in something for this project, because Cameroon has to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for choosing today to speak. We need your voice. We need, Project C is not some isolated. Get on camera before you go, because we want to definitely on camera before you go. We're going to let you go in a minute. Thank you so much. But I really want to ask you for your partnership. Again, there's so many people in the background and a few of us who have come on here, but we need more. So it is you or Project C, and actively so. And if we don't have that, we are not going to be able to make the change that we need. So we could not be any more grateful. I think, this is the example we need. It is a conversation of the people, for the people, by the people. That's how we're going to take over. So I thank you so much. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Actually, one thing I told somebody in La Republique when the truck drivers started blocking the road. I have a car somewhere parked there. I told somebody, go and get my car and start the project in Douala. I don't need that car. Put it on the road and let people start putting cars. Let's block the city. He was so scared to do that. I wish I had a magic way to get the keys and just pull that car to the road, so that that country will be changed if people can be determined to see that change can be effective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And I hope that our fundraising team is connecting with you, because more than fundraising is also the commitment. And hopefully we continue this conversation long after this call today.
Yes.
Bring your passion, bring your dime, bring everything that you can. In a nutshell, what you're saying is it's us, right? There is no Superman that's going to come from anywhere else that will make change in Cameroon. It's us, and we have been. And the new fight has lasted about 30 years. We have been in bondage for so long as a country that, yes, that's why the people from other African countries would look at us and laugh at us. We had multipartism when the Rwandans were going through a genocide. Look at them today. Look at where they are today. We have countries that have come from far behind to overtake Cameroon. This is not just about the politics of the country. This is about the livelihood of our people. The tiny country of Benin is building one of Africa's biggest medical complex, and medical tourism is becoming a huge opportunity. That we had Sode Kutong for many, many, many years. And the country now that is known for exporting textile is the tiny little country called Benin. And we have Sode Kutong mortgaged its future, delivering nothing for the people. So there is so much for us to, even if you do not want to live in Cameroon and plan to have nothing to do with Cameroon, but for the human beings that live in Cameroon, for the children that are born in Cameroon. I mean, we would do things when there is an earthquake for people in countries that we do not know. I mean, Cameroon is permanently in the earthquake crisis. It's a man-made disaster that is ongoing for 43 years. That they need everything from blood being donated to water to electricity to books to education. Everything is needed in that country. And there may be people that live in Cameroon who are out today celebrating and partying that can afford their daily bread and enjoy the holidays. But for the vast majority of people, they have no hope for what tomorrow brings. It's a nightmare to wake up every day and think about the dignity of a father being able to provide for his children. And that is what this struggle it comes down to. It's people may see this as a political fight. This is not a political fight. This is a fight for the dignity of people, human beings that deserve more than what they're getting, trapped in a country called Cameroon that we must liberate. So thank you, Patrick, for stepping up, right? You say you've been here for coming for 2 months. Blessed be the day that you stepped up today to be part of this conversation, for it may be what transforms our country. So everyone has a little piece that they bring to this struggle. I guess today is the revelation of your own part that you play in determining what Cameroon's future will be.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we're going to now switch, and we're going to have a French conversation. I'm bringing on three people that you would already know. Herman, who is, of course, a part of Project C. And then we also have Mr. Leopold Zesu here. And then we also have Mr. Christian Tavesing. And, sorry. Somebody help me. I
I'll
didn't
do
know.
C'est chrétien, effectivement. Merci. Merci beaucoup, Elisabeth. Oh, ça fait plaisir de voir le grand frère chrétien Tabessing là. Hein? Ça fait plaisir de voir. Merci beaucoup d'être là, chrétien, ce soir encore. Je sais qu'il est l'après-midi déjà au Cameroun. Merci bien. Merci, Elisabeth et Léopold. Ce n'est pas évident de prendre la parole au nom pour parler des choses du Cameroun ces jours-ci. Parce que, comme d'autres l'ont dit, c'est quand même difficile. Et avant-hier, c'était Noël. Hier, c'était Noël. Et j'avoue que je n'ai pas pu célébrer Noël. Pardon, parce que je pensais aux parents de 2000 jeunes, de 2000 personnes emprisonnées. Et je me demandais, pendant que nous sommes en train de célébrer Noël, pendant que nous sommes en train de nous envoyer des messages, pendant qu'on passe du temps avec nos familles, eux, parce qu'ils ont souhaité le bien du Cameroun, ils ne peuvent plus avoir, ils n'ont plus le droit à Noël. Ils doivent être emprisonnés. Ils sont 2500 comme ça. Plusieurs dans des prisons éloignées, loin de leurs parents, loin de leur famille. Et ça, on ne parle que de ceux qui ont encore la chance d'être en vie. Imaginez Noël pour les 50 familles des personnes qui ont été lâchement, brutalement arrachées à la vie le 27, le 26 et le 27 octobre. Parce qu'elles ont estimé que ce n'était pas bien que des élections soient organisées connaissant déjà le vainqueur. Parce qu'elles ont estimé que le droit que Dieu leur a donné à parler, le droit que la Constitution leur a donné à parler, pourrait être exercé. Et qu'elles ont dit au nom de ce que 80% au moins des Camerounais pensent, que c'est pas bien, ils ont été arrachés à la vie. Donc j'ai pensé à ça et je me suis dit, comment est-ce que ces mamans passent Noël? Comment est-ce que ces papas qui ont perdu, je me souviens de ce jeune à Bafan qui a reçu une balle dans l'œil droit. Je regardais ça presque en direct. Et il avait 18 ans. Ceux qui ont pris des balles sur le balcon, qui n'avaient rien demandé à personne. Et je me demandais qui a bien pu donner l'ordre de sortir avec des balles réelles pour aller s'attaquer à des enfants, à des jeunes. À un moment, on peut rire, on peut continuer la vie, mais il y a des questions sur lesquelles tous les Camerounais devraient s'arrêter pour dire on ne peut pas continuer comme ça. 2025 ne peut pas s'arrêter comme ça. Et on continue comme si ça n'avait pas été. Donc, ça a été difficile de passer Noël, à envoyer les vœux. Je me souviens même pas avoir envoyé des messages aux gens parce que je me disais, ces familles-là, qu'est-ce que ça signifie pour eux cette fin d'année? Et on est en 2025, on est même en 2026. Comment en 2026, on peut encore avoir des résultats des élections avec des preuves, des PV qui circulent partout et que des personnes nous apportent des résultats différents et estimer que ça va continuer comme ça? Et comme si ça ne suffisait pas, on annonce un redécoupage administratif avec des nouveaux départements, comme pour dire que tout va bien, tout a bien allé, et qu'on va continuer avec des élections comme ça et que tout le monde va l'accepter. On ne peut pas. C'est pourquoi je dis Project C arrive à un moment où tous les Camerounais ont soif. Je ne veux même pas faire une focalisation sur Project C seulement, mais nous sommes là avec ce qu'on a pour dire à tous les Camerounais, s'il vous plaît, ne serait-ce qu'au nom de toutes ces personnes-là qui ont donné de tout ce qu'elles pouvaient, au nom de Anissé Kane, au nom de tous ces enfants, des no-name, mais on ne peut pas continuer, s'il vous plaît, autant que vous le pouvez. Écoutons un peu ce qui se passe ici, donnons de notre temps, donnons de ce qu'on peut pour bâtir un momentum, pour dire à ce régime, peut-être dirigé par 3, 4, 5 familles, on ne sait pas, vous ne pouvez pas. Vous ne pouvez pas continuer à utiliser les ressources du Cameroun comme ça. Voilà un pays comme la Côte d'Ivoire, après 10 ans de guerre, le Rwanda, après le génocide terrible, 1994, ce sont des pays qui aujourd'hui sont beaucoup plus attractifs. Comment est-ce qu'on peut concevoir cela? Des pays, des amis qui vont au Bénin, des amis qui se déplacent au Rwanda, des cas d'urgence médicale qui sont évacués au Rwanda, alors que dans les années 1994, ne parlons pas de l'Éthiopie. Alors, est-ce qu'on peut continuer à regarder la situation comme ça et aller regarder la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations? Moi, je n'ai rien contre le football. J'aime aussi le football, mais je me dis, je ne peux pas être en train de me réjouir alors que c'est la désolation quand même partout. Et ça ne concerne pas les membres d'un parti. Ça concerne tous les Camerounais. Chaque Camerounais devrait se retrouver dans ce que Project C est en train de développer. Parce qu'il faut dire la vérité, les résultats des élections, s'ils sont honnêtes, montrent qu'au moins 80%, sinon 90% des Camerounais ne sont pas d'accord. Donc, c'est pourquoi on souhaite que tout le monde se joigne à ce qui est développé ici. Et 2024, les statistiques, j'ai regardé les statistiques hier, le Cameroun est devenu le premier pays d'immigration au Canada. Au Québec, avec 12 000 personnes, les statistiques sont telles que il y a dû avoir une loi plafonnant le nombre d'immigrants pouvant venir d'un seul pays. Ça montre le malaise de ceux qui en ont les capacités à rester au Cameroun. Donc, pourquoi est-ce que le mérite doit être autant bafoué de façon à ce que la seule issue pour des Camerounais aimant leur pays soit de devoir faire valoir leurs compétences au Canada? Si on ne prend que l'exemple du Canada, et on parle là de l'élite, un brain drain de très grande envergure, on parle là de la force intellectuelle. Parce qu'au niveau des tests de langue encore, le Cameroun arrive meilleur devant tous les autres pays. Jusqu'ici, la France était devant, mais le Cameroun a même battu la France. Vous imaginez ça? Ça veut dire combien les Camerounais sont déterminés à ne pas continuer dans la situation où ils vivent individuellement. Donc, nous pouvons, au niveau de la diaspora, continuer à lever une très grande force idéologique. une très grande force intellectuelle, aussi une très grande force financière, une très grande force culturelle, une très grande force numérique. On a énormément de ressources. Et les Camerounais sur le terrain, il est bien connu, le quotient intellectuel des Camerounais est au-dessus de la normale, de la moyenne. Alors, au niveau du Cameroun, on sait qu'il y a énormément de volonté de changement. Ce que Project C a engagé, c'est de pouvoir travailler de façon transpartisane. Rien à voir avec un parti politique, mais tout à voir avec quelqu'un qui s'identifie au Cameroun, à un peuple. Et on attend, voilà, un régime qui a volé, qui a usurpé l'élection, qui a volé, il faut le dire comme ça, mais qui montre tous les signes qu'il n'arrive pas à gérer ce qu'il a volé. On annonce des gouvernements sur Facebook, on annonce des gouvernements sur gouvernements, mais qu'il ne peut pas faire. Et c'est difficile parce qu'on annonce chaque fois des prêts encore, toujours des prêts. Pour les caméras dans les villes, 40 milliards de dollars, Exim Bank, qui seront refilés à la prochaine génération, aux prochaines générations. Et non, on en est à 14 000 milliards de CFA d'endettement. Est-ce que vous imaginez un peu ce que chaque Camerounais qui naît hérite comme endettement? Des Camerounais qui n'ont rien fait pour pouvoir mériter un tel fardeau financier. Quel genre de travail vont-ils faire? Quel genre d'efforts vont-ils fournir pour devoir rembourser une dette de cette envergure? Or, si à partir de maintenant, ça ne s'arrête pas, l'endettement va continuer. Si ça ne s'arrête pas, on ne sait déjà pas ce qu'ils ont fait de tout ce qu'ils ont emprunté. Et ils vont continuer à endetter parce qu'ils n'ont pas appris à produire, ils ont appris à consommer.
Absolutely.
Et s'il n'y a pas un moment où les Camerounais disent « attendez », ils vont nous enfoncer jusqu'au fond du fond, même jusqu'à la 3e, la 4e, la 5e génération, il y aura toujours cette dette-là. Donc, c'est le moment de dire « attendons ». On ne peut pas commencer à nous parler des élections, d'aller de l'avant. On ne peut pas nous parler de la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations. Je dis encore, je respecte tous ceux qui aiment le football, hein. Mais pour moi, ça n'a pas de saveur si 14 000 milliards de dollars de CFA sont déversés sur la tête des enfants qui n'ont rien mérité, qui n'ont rien fait. Si on est là, on n'a même pas encore enterré tous ceux qui ont été tués. Même certains corps n'ont pas encore été restaurés. Donc, je ne veux pas trop m'étendre. Je donne juste des statistiques, des faits, pour qu'on comprenne pourquoi les Camerounais rushent à l'extérieur. Pourquoi ils ne veulent plus. On a essayé de parler. Il y a des Camerounais qui sont nommés à des très grands postes. J'ai vu un Camerounais du gouvernement canadien nommé un très grand poste à la FAO qui m'a dit « Je ne veux plus rien entendre du Cameroun ». Je lui ai dit « S'il te plaît, ne tiens pas ce langage ». Il m'a dit « Je ne peux plus, je n'ai pas la force mentale ». Je dis « Bon, on va donc se rassembler ». Il faut qu'à un moment, des ressources financières, tous ceux qui peuvent se mettre ensemble, ce que chacun peut apporter puisse servir. Et c'est pourquoi j'ai personnellement aimé la cause de Project C. Ça, c'est pourquoi moi, Herman, je me suis intéressé. Parce qu'à titre individuel, on essayait des choses, on n'avait pas de ressources, on dit souvent seul, tu vas vite, ensemble, on va plus loin. Donc, c'est ensemble qu'on s'est mis là et on se dit, tous ceux qui veulent travailler pour la cause du Cameroun sont bienvenus, s'il vous plaît. 100 dollars, 50 dollars, 10 dollars, 20 dollars. Tout ce que vos efforts financiers vous ont permis de mettre à côté, n'hésitez pas. Toute belle idée, toute belle communication, toute belle ressource est bienvenue. Et on remercie déjà ceux qui nous ont contactés pour nous dire qu'ils veulent se joindre, qu'ils veulent apporter du leur. Merci beaucoup, Elisabeth.
Thank you so much. And, you know, I know that we work behind the scenes a lot, and you are one person who will contact people anywhere in the world to bring them in this fold. So I don't know that, you know, your impact and input has been just amazing. So we're so appreciative, and I know we're all appreciative of each other. We're doing the same work and we're having this conversation. So we have Leopold here today. And, you know, I just want to be mindful and very respectful. Maybe Alan is going to join us in a little bit, but just be mindful that and how we are so grateful that you guys are taking time, even from Cameroon. I think nothing speaks louder than that, of just saying, you know, we will do whatever it takes. There's no way of giving and putting your face the way you've done. And I would have said, if you can't put your face, we understand, but you are doing so. And I just want us to be aware of that. And Mr. Tabe Singh, we're also so grateful that you're here in this conversation. You know, today we're talking about a future, because if we keep talking about the dismal effect of everything, we don't see the future. But we're talking about the truth of what is happening now. We're talking about the importance of the resistance, and of course, the future that it holds. And there's no better people to hear from. There are no better people to hear from, but from you, Mr. Tabe Singh, who's been so involved, Leopold and Junior, and of course, having this conversation here with Herman. So we're so grateful. I'm going to get out of the mix and that we can have the conversation together. Thank you. Leopold, maybe I ask you guys to unmute. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth. Hello to everyone. Allow me to add a bit flavor of French to what Herman just had.
Yeah.
Je suis à Yaoundé, comme vous le savez, et l'heure n'est plus à faire les constats. Nous les vivons tous. Et vous connaissez ce que je le dis tout le temps en tant que victime de la part de tous ceux qui vivent au Cameroun, et je le dis avec toute la gravité. Nous sommes un peuple envoûté. Je pèse mes mots. Il est impensable que l'on constate tout ce qu'on a constaté sur le Cameroun, que l'on voit les progrès des pays comme le Bénin, le Rwanda, tous les autres pays africains qui ont connu des crises graves, la Côte d'Ivoire, et qui s'en sortent aujourd'hui, et qui se moquent même des Camerounais. En fait, la raison est très simple. C'est que notre cas ne relève pas de l'économie, mais relève de la psychiatrie. Je vous le dis. C'est-à-dire que si nous ne prenons pas la pleine mesure de cela, on sera toujours en train de se dire, mais ce n'est pas possible. Le Camerounais, on a un quotient intellectuel au-dessus de la normale, comme disait Herman. Mais nous sommes brillants à titre individuel, mais nous avons démontré au reste de l'Afrique qu'il nous est difficile de nous mettre ensemble pour travailler. Et en cela, Project C est en train de démontrer vraiment le contraire. Et comme l'a si bien dit Herman tout à l'heure, Project C est transpartisan. Parce que tout ce qu'on a eu à faire au Cameroun jusqu'à présent, 2018 et autres, c'est que c'est des partis politiques qui se battaient pour leur chapelle. Mais Project C n'a pas de chapelle. Et c'est en ça que Project C est séduisant. J'emploie le mot. C'est comme Cameroun, comme le rappelait Harry, c'est comme Challenge, ce mot a déjà été francisé, c'est comme citoyen, c'est comme compétence. Bref, voilà ce que Project C est en train de promouvoir comme idée. Et en cela, c'est très original et c'est vraiment un concept séduisant qu'il va falloir que les Camerounais s'approprient pour qu'on puisse vraiment démontrer que nous pouvons travailler enfin ensemble. Parce que les Camerounais individuellement, ils sont à la NASA, ils sont à la Banque mondiale, ils sont partout, mais mettez-les ensemble pour travailler un projet Cameroun, ça devient très compliqué. Et subitement, on se découvre qu'on est originaire de quelque part, qu'on est du nord, du sud, de l'ouest. Pourquoi au Cameroun seulement? La RDC a plus d'ethnies, plus de groupes ethniques au Cameroun, mais ils arrivent à travailler ensemble. Et c'est en cela que je dis le futur pour nous au Cameroun, à travers les actions de fundraising que nous sommes en train de faire avec vraiment beaucoup de bonheur. Et il faut vraiment souhaiter que cela continue. Les premières actions, les premières réalisations sur le terrain de Project C démontrent que l'urgence, la recherche, la vérité, on ne la cache pas. Ça peut durer aussi longtemps qu'on veut, mais la vérité doit s'accompagner de la justice. Vivant ici au Cameroun, je constate que nos dirigeants, au-delà de ce qu'on peut croire, ils sont des Camerounais comme nous, avec leur peur, qu'ils expriment autrement. Parce que celui qui a peur et qui a son arme en main, il a tendance à l'utiliser très, très rapidement. Ça, ce sont des signes de peur. Les psychiatres, les psychologues savent décoder tout cela. Et une autre peur qu'ils ont quand on échange avec eux, c'est la peur du lendemain. C'est-à-dire qu'ils savent très bien que le Cameroun va changer. C'est une certitude. Ce Cameroun va changer. Et quand il changera, ils ne seront plus aux affaires. Et leur peur, c'est qu'est-ce qu'ils vont devenir? Les avoirs qu'ils ont pu accumuler, est-ce qu'ils ne seront pas dépouillés et autres? Ça, c'est une peur qui les amène à se braquer et à être encore plus arrogants, plus méchants. Bon, ça peut se comprendre, mais sauf que ça ne peut pas durer longtemps. Mais il est important qu'ils comprennent que pour le futur de ce pays, il faudra nécessairement une commission vérité, une fois de plus la vérité, vérité et réconciliation. Les Camerounais doivent se réconcilier avec eux-mêmes. 43 ans, plus les autres années Aïdjo, les victimes de la période Aïdjo, les Camerounais doivent se réconcilier s'ils veulent pouvoir travailler ensemble comme un peuple, enfin. Parce que nous sommes une population, on n'est pas un peuple. Il est impensable que l'assassinat de Ekane à Nice ne nous ait pas révoltés tous comme un seul homme. Et on sait très bien que c'est le 12 octobre qui est à l'origine du décès d'Anissé Ekane. Et les autres vont suivre. Que nous ne nous sommes pas révoltés est la preuve, une fois de plus, que nous sommes envoûtés. Il y a un problème quelque part. Ce n'est pas possible. Je ne peux pas avoir mal et ne pas et m'empêcher de crier que j'ai mal. Je dis, c'est qu'il y a un problème. Je ne suis plus normal. Mais ça va changer parce que je le dis souvent pour rigoler, Eric le sait et d'autres, je dis, même les fétiches sur lesquels ils s'appuient pour être arrogants et continuer de nous regarder d'en haut, même ces fétiches-là ont une date de péremption. Ça finira un jour. Ça finira. Et ce peuple va se réveiller. Le Bénin, le Sénégal, la Côte d'Ivoire et autres, ils ont traversé des périodes plus difficiles que les nôtres et ils s'en sont sortis. Les autres pans de la société ont certainement apporté du leur. Au Mali, on sait quel est le rôle que les imams ont joué pour pouvoir conscientiser les foules. Et je le dis une fois de plus pour le déplorer, c'est curieux que nos imams soient silencieux. C'est curieux que nos églises soient aussi silencieuses, à l'exception de 4 ou 5 personnes.
C'est la question que j'allais poser, Léopold. C'est la question que j'allais te poser concernant la situation au Cameroun au lendemain d'une fête comme Noël. Est-ce qu'on aurait entendu une voix ecclésiastique, une voix autorisée du clergé dans le sens de la situation, dans le sens des victimes, dans le sens des endeuillés ces jours-ci?
Monseigneur Cléda s'est exprimé à ce niveau-là. C'est l'un des rares qui parle. Mais le fait qu'il soit si peu nombreux est la preuve que le clergé, il faudrait se poser des questions. Est-ce qu'il ne serait pas complice de ce que nous subissons? Et quand je parle d'envoûtement, en réalité, c'est à eux que je fais un clin d'œil. Les autres peuples, au Mali, au Bénin, au Burkina et autres, on sait ce que les hommes, les religieux et autres ont joué comme rôle pour pouvoir délivrer les gens. Ce que nous faisons à Project C, ce qu'eux, ils font de leur côté, tout cela doit concourir à libérer justement ce peuple. C'est dans l'intérêt de tous. Et tu l'as si bien dit, Herman, les dettes, il faut au moins 3 générations pour pouvoir rembourser ces dettes. Mais là n'est pas le problème. Le problème, c'est aujourd'hui, que faisons-nous? aujourd'hui. On a pris conscience de la situation, mais est-ce que nous appliquons la thérapie qu'il faut? Tout à l'heure, le frère a dit en pidgin, si j'ai mal à la tête, je ne vais pas prendre des médicaments pour soigner le pied.
Oui.
Je dis, les solutions que nous proposons aujourd'hui sont des solutions tout à fait correctes pour un peuple normal. Nous, on n'est plus normaux. Nous, on n'est pas un peuple normal au Cameroun. Ça, il ne faut pas avoir peur de le dire. Même ceux qui nous dirigent ne sont pas normaux. La preuve est que quand on se rencontre en privé, ben, ils redeviennent un peu comme des gens normaux. Nous, on n'est pas normal. Un peuple normal ne peut pas accepter de vivre dans autant de saleté. Ce n'est pas possible.
Oui.
Je veux dire, quand on se cultive, même les poubelles et autres, cela participe aussi des techniques d'envoûtement. Il ne faut pas qu'on se le cache. Mais nous l'acceptons. Ça veut dire qu'il y a un problème chez nous. Et le problème chez nous, ce n'est pas il faut qu'on se mette ensemble pour. Non, ce n'est pas possible. Depuis 43 ans, on fait comme s'il y a eu création de nouvelles ethnies au Cameroun. Oh, mais c'est le même nombre d'ethnies depuis avant les indépendances. Mais pourquoi ce problème se crée aujourd'hui et pourquoi on est aussi réceptif? Actuellement, c'est la CAN. Tu en as parlé à Yaoundé. Le jour où le Cameroun a joué, j'ai fait un petit tour. Bon, les gens étaient dans les bars. Je ne sais pas si c'était dans les bars pour le 24 décembre ou bien dans les bars pour le foot. Mais toujours est-il que ça fait partie des techniques de distraction. C'est-à-dire que la CAN aujourd'hui est du pain béni pour le régime en place parce que ça détourne les conversations. Même l'augmentation du nombre de régions, est-ce que eux-mêmes qui parlent de ça aujourd'hui, le pouvoir en place, est-ce qu'ils y croient? Ils n'y croient pas du tout. Ils n'y croient pas du tout. Ils savent très bien que si l'année prochaine, ils ne sont plus là, je reformule, ils savent très bien que l'année prochaine, ils ne seront plus là et que tout ce qu'ils auront proposé sera complètement revu. Donc, ça participe de la distraction. Non. Je crois que l'équipe qui nous dirige, de façon subliminale, le message que certains d'entre eux nous transmettent, c'est que quelles sont les garanties que vous nous offrez après le changement? Ils ne peuvent pas le dire directement, mais en fait, ils le pensent.
Tant mieux, si c'est ça, ce serait vraiment bien. Ce serait
Donc,
vraiment
voilà
bien.
Si certains parmi eux ont sécurisé leur famille à l'étranger, c'est bien parce qu'ils savent que le moment venu, il vaut mieux avoir à exfiltrer une seule personne que d'en exfiltrer 10 à la fois de la même famille. Donc, voilà ce que je veux dire.
Merci beaucoup, Léopold. Peut-être le grand frère chrétien Tabetsing, il a toujours de bonnes choses, le chrétien Tabetsing, le grand frère.
Mais il est chrétien. Il est chrétien.
Bonsoir. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Ouais, c'est tout un plaisir de vous revoir. De temps en temps, les perturbations du réseau font que je ne reste pas assez souvent pour les autres réunions, mais malheureusement aujourd'hui, ça va mieux. Alors, pour être plus précis, je suis à Yaoundé avec Léopold, effectivement. Donc, on est sur Yaoundé. On vit un peu les événements sur le terrain. Alors, je ne vais pas revenir sur ce que Herman a dit, vient de dire, en confirmant un peu ce que disait Herman. Mais j'ai des éléments sur lesquels j'aurais souhaité peut-être attirer votre attention. Je crois qu'on a fait allusion tout à l'heure aux 2000 prisonniers post-électoraux qui souffrent dans les geôles du régime RDPC actuel. Ils sont éparpillés partout sur le territoire national. Il y a aussi effectivement les victimes, c'est-à-dire les morts, dont on ne sait toujours pas ce qu'on en a fait jusqu'alors. J'ai eu, à titre personnel, j'ai eu des alertes depuis la prison centrale de Yaoundé par des personnes très bien placées qui ont attiré mon attention sur les difficultés que traversent toutes ces personnes, tous ces jeunes qui ont été arrêtés dans le cadre des événements post-électoraux et qui attiraient mon attention sur le fait que, non, au-delà effectivement de leur prise en charge, qu'il était urgent de voir dans quelle mesure les avocats et autres pouvaient effectivement les prendre en charge dans le cadre de leur défense. Parce que jusqu'alors, ils ont été très clairs. Aucun membre, disent-ils, de l'équipe du président élu ne s'était rapproché d'eux pour pouvoir voir ce qu'il conviendrait de faire. Donc, je vous livre à peu près ce message. Hier encore, pas plus tard qu'hier, j'ai eu un coup de fil aussi du docteur Alain Foguet depuis la prison centrale qui m'a informé aussi qu'il avait un certain nombre qui étaient avec lui et qu'il était bien obligé de faire avec le peu que le MRC participe pour non seulement nourrir les prisonniers du MRC, mais de ceux des événements post-électoraux, c'est-à-dire à l'issue de l'élection du 12 octobre dernier. Il a attiré mon attention là-dessus en disant, voilà, nous sommes en très grande difficulté. Là, il y a beaucoup de jeunes ici qui sont arrivés. Il n'y a personne pour s'occuper d'eux. Nous, au MRC, on s'était organisés. On avait un certain nombre de choses, de victoires que nous recevions pour les prisonniers qui étaient jusqu'alors, qui sont là, sans compter ceux d'ailleurs de l'Amazonie et du Matildi. D'ailleurs, ils sont tous nombreux là-bas. Il m'a dit que voilà, nous venons d'avoir un afflux important d'autres prisonniers et nous sommes en très grande difficulté. Nous ne savons comment faire parce que ni les parents, il n'y a pas d'organisation derrière, c'est-à-dire comme le MRC s'organise pour ces prisonniers, il n'y a pas d'organisation derrière ceux qui ont été arrêtés dans le cadre des événements post-électoraux. Et il me demandait, mais qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Donc, je vous livre à peu près toutes ces informations pour que nous puissions, dans le cadre de Project C, pouvoir y réfléchir, tous les problèmes pour que nous puissions y réfléchir et voir comment peut-être nous pourrions éventuellement intégrer tout ça dans nos projets, quoi. Bon, je pense qu'on a fait allusion maintenant aux parents des victimes, ceux qui ont eu des enfants assassinés. On ne sait pas ce que ça donne. Vous voyez bien que si déjà le corps d'Anis n'est toujours pas libéré avec toutes les intrigues qu'il y a autour, imaginez alors les corps des autres jeunes Camerounais. Je vais revenir sur la situation qui prévaut en ce moment, qui est une situation je dirais, de peur. Oui, de peur. Je pèse bien mes mots. Les Camerounais traversent une période très incertaine. Ils ne l'expriment peut-être pas directement, mais on le ressent en les côtoyant. Nous vivons une période de peur, car les dirigeants actuels, depuis les élections du 12 octobre dernier, ont le dos au mur. Ils ont le dos au mur et après le braquage électoral, ils ne savent pas, ils réagissent par la violence. Et comme le disait Amal Mana dans une interview, après cette période de pogrom, j'utilise le terme utilisé par Amal Mana, il disait que une interview que c'est quelque chose de très, très insidieux qui se passe au Cameroun et que très peu de gens le perçoivent. Donc, ces dirigeants se sentent observés. Vous savez, lorsqu'un animal est traqué, ils se sentent observés et même par la communauté internationale. Alors, à partir de là, je pense que les attentes sont énormes de la part du président élu et qui, ma foi, d'après ce qui ressort des discussions sur le terrain, ne donne pas toujours le cap à suivre par les Camerounais et ça pose problème. Ouais. Donc les Camerounais se sentent un peu orphelins de leur président élu.
Ouais.
Je répète, les Camerounais se sentent aujourd'hui un peu orphelins de leur président élu. Et ceux qui sont là se sentent illégitimes, donc très épiés, et ils sont prêts à tout faire pour en découdre, dans la mesure où ils se savent illégitimes. Alors, face à cette situation, qu'est-ce que nous, en tant que Project C, nous pouvons faire de part et d'autre pour pouvoir effectivement concilier tout ça, aider les uns et les autres à pouvoir effectivement, surtout, mettre en œuvre quelque chose qui puisse redonner un zeste d'espoir à ce peuple camerounais. Au-delà des actions qui sont préconisées par les uns et les autres que nous préconisons d'ailleurs, qui peuvent, de mon point de vue, s'inscrire dans le moyen et le long terme et non dans le court terme. Donc, je pense que nous devons très sérieusement y réfléchir. Je ne sais pas si Eric est parti, mais il est très important que Eric puisse passer ce message au président élu et que nous puissions comprendre et surtout que le peuple camerounais, qu'il puisse donner des signes assez forts au peuple camerounais. J'ai entendu quelqu'un ici esquisser un certain nombre de solutions. À un moment donné, il faut savoir comment est-ce qu'on s'y prend. Soit on en découle clairement, soit parce qu'on ne peut pas laisser le peuple dans la situation dans laquelle il est aujourd'hui. Dans la situation dans laquelle il est aujourd'hui. C'est vous ne pouvez pas savoir, c'est très difficile. C'est très difficile parce que les Camerounais ne savent plus à quel sein se vouer.
Oh mon Dieu. Eric est là, il t'a écouté, Chrétien.
Oui,
voilà.
Effectivement, je vais revenir sur ça avant la fin.
Merci. Je ne sais pas si Chrétien était au bout de sa pensée, mais Eric pourrait déjà adresser ça avant qu'on nous voit. Je ne sais pas si Junior était déjà intervenu ou alors qu'on laisse Junior intervenir avant que Eric ne revienne de... Voilà.
Oui, absolument.
Oui, Junior, si tu pouvais, voilà. Tu as la parole, Junior.
Oui, merci beaucoup de me passer la... Merci beaucoup. Merci Aré, merci Isabelle. Merci à M. Eric Tinje. Merci à tous les membres. Thank you, all members of Project C. Let me say something. Let me say it in French, please, because my English is not very good. So I try it in French. Donc, c'est un plaisir de trouver ça échange. Et nous espérons que les nouvelles, c'est vrai, il y a du bon côté et il y a du mauvais aussi. Cette semaine, il y a j'ai eu des activités, c'est vrai.
La communication se dégrade énormément, Junior. Je ne sais pas s'il y a quelque chose que tu pourrais faire La communication est très mauvaise.
Est-ce que là, ça va mieux déjà?
Oui, ça va un peu mieux, s'il te plaît, Junior. Ça va un peu mieux. Vas-y.
D'accord. Donc, je disais que s'agissant des actions de nos prélats, il faut également ajouter le monseigneur, l'évêque de Bafoussam, qui est sorti aussi pendant son homélie pour la fête de Noël. Il a beaucoup parlé, a beaucoup dit des choses concernant la situation de nos prisonniers, la situation générale du Cameroun et le pardon, parce que le terme pardon est toujours venu, c'est-à-dire apporter la paix, apporter l'apaisement et la rédemption, parce qu'on ne peut pas parler d'apaisement alors qu'il y a des familles qui souffrent, des familles qui sont endeuillées, des familles qui ont toujours des problèmes, ne savent pas, d'autres même n'ont pas encore retrouvé les corps. Et vous savez que le monseigneur Cléda, en dehors même de sa sortie, il est allé à la prison centrale de Douala, à Newbel. Il a fait des dons là-bas. Il a fait même une messe à l'intérieur de cette prison avec les détenus et tout ça. Très bien organisé et avec la remise des dons. Donc, il y a eu une très bonne communion et on a vu une ville de Douala très morose dans la fête parce que on ne peut pas fêter dans une ville où la ville n'est pas belle, elle n'est pas propre, elle est insalubre. La ville a des soucis d'électricité parce que depuis un moment, Eneo, ça a repris. Donc, il y a une tension. La ville est dans une forme de tension. Les gens ne soient pas. C'est très. Puis, voilà, on est toujours dans des contentieux. La famille est canée, vous savez, avec ce qui s'est passé cette semaine avant la fête de Noël. Le CED a convoqué son épouse, également les neveux qui étaient auprès de lui pendant qu'il agonisait.
Oui.
Alors, la famille, les avocats se sont interpellés, sont opposés à cette convocation, pour eux qui pensent que cette convocation qui n'est même pas d'abord légale, compte tenu de la nature de la convocation, des délais de la convocation et tout, et de la personne même convoquée qui a constitué déjà, la famille et qui a constitué déjà des avocats. Donc, on ne peut pas convoquer les membres de la famille sans s'informer le conseil. C'est une incongruité. Puisque eux, ils ont entamé déjà des poursuites par rapport au corps qui a été profané, puisqu'ils avaient défendu, ils avaient empêché, ils n'avaient pas accepté que l'autopsie puisse être faite. Mais le commissaire du gouvernement a exigé que l'autopsie soit faite toujours par les médecins du gouvernement, c'est-à-dire que le CED, puisqu'il y a un hôpital, il y a tout un ensemble de choses, donc c'est l'État de Cameroun qui a pris la responsabilité de faire l'autopsie sans la contre-expertise certifié désigné par la famille. Donc, ça crée
Avant
déjà...
de continuer, Junior, est-ce que tu pourrais peut-être couper ta vidéo pour voir si la communication s'améliorerait?
Oui, certainement, parce que la connexion n'est pas très bonne depuis un moment ici.
D'accord. Tu peux
Donc,
continuer.
de ce fait, dont les avocats ont fait un communiqué pour signifier donc que la famille, c'est-à-dire que Madame Ekane, la veuve, et les neveux ne peuvent pas se rendre là-bas parce qu'il y a un contentieux qui est là. Et puis, eux, ils ne peuvent pas accepter de convocation alors qu'il y a une commission d'enquête qui est déjà mise en place. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a une commission d'enquête pour déterminer l'ensemble des choses et pour faire un rapport de la situation. Donc, comment la commission n'a même pas encore délivré son rapport, mais on appelle déjà la famille à côté, les gens à côté, à Yaoundé, ou à Douala, on ne sait même pas, le lieu même de la convocation n'a pas été indiqué dans cette convocation. Donc, il y a un ensemble de congruités comme ça qui ont laissé planer un soupçon de rachat de conscience ou bien de corruption, parce que nous avons eu des informations qu'on a voulu corrompre l'épouse pour lui dire, bon, écoute, viens à Yaoundé, voilà, avec les neveux qui étaient là, puisque ce sont des témoins gênants, parce qu'eux, ils étaient là, ils ont vu beaucoup de choses, donc il fallait donc prendre l'épouse et les neveux pour essayer de les faire accepter certaines décisions qui sortiront soit de l'autopsie et du rapport de la commission d'enquête. Et surtout, ce qui est encore plus important dans ce que nous avons appris, c'est qu'il fallait que la veuve, puisque c'est elle elle est la veuve, ils sont mariés illégalement, officiellement, donc elle devait rejeter toute forme de récupération politique des obsèques des Canets, puisque le gouvernement va mettre les moyens pour l'organisation des obsèques et toutes les autres commodités. Donc, il était question qu'elle n'accepte pas une récupération politique venant des tiers, c'est-à-dire que des hommes politiques, des détracteurs du régime. Donc, en fait, c'était ça en réalité. Et voilà pourquoi ça a été fait de façon sourdine. Mais sauf qu'avec les réseaux sociaux, ça va très vite. Et très vite, les avocats ont réagi. Et le lendemain, ils ont fait un communiqué pour dire que la convocation n'était pas d'abord légale et que même dans le fond et dans la forme, elle ne convenait pas compte tenu d'un ensemble de choses, des antécédents dont j'ai énuméré tout à l'heure. Ça, c'est et ça nous pose un problème, nous, au niveau nous qui sommes des proches, parce que tant qu'on n'a pas récupéré le corps, la dépouille, on ne peut pas réellement organiser. C'est-à-dire que la famille ne peut pas réellement organiser les obsèques et puis mettre en place un agenda avec les dernières volontés du défunt, puisque lui, il a décidé que ses dernières volontés, c'est qu'on l'enterre auprès de Ernest Wanji, qui était son guide, sa lumière, celui qui l'a inspiré. Donc, c'est un ensemble de choses comme ça qui nous laisse un peu dans une faim. Et voilà la situation. Mais pour revenir, c'est un peu morose actuellement parce qu'il n'y a pas un engagement critique qui vient de la part des uns et des autres, sauf qu'il y a eu l'information à l'international. Nous avons appris qu'au niveau de l'Europe, il y a eu des sanctions, mais on n'a pas eu des éléments factuels pour corroborer ça, pour affirmer, pour faire peser ça dans les médias. Et ça tombait aussi à une période festive où les gens étaient dans la fête, il y avait aussi tout ça. Donc, l'information des sanctions qui pèsent sur les membres du gouvernement, c'est une information qui est arrivée, mais elle n'est pas arrivée par des voies, par des canaux que nous connaissons. Et bon, mais ça a permis quand même de créer une psychose. Et ça laisse penser qu'avec l'action des avocats de la semaine dernière à Paris, peut-être c'est déjà les prémices de quelque chose qu'on attendait, mais on n'a pas eu une sortie ou un élément factuel sur lequel nous autres qui sommes dans les médias ici, on pouvait s'appuyer de façon concrète pour mettre le débat dans la place publique et envenimer, c'est-à-dire enfler cette polémique autour de l'arrestation des personnalités du gouvernement qui sont citées et peut-être même le gel de leurs avoirs à l'étranger. Donc, c'est un nombre de mesures comme ça. Donc, on n'a pas eu ces informations-là et ça nous a laissé un peu dans une situation où on ne savait pas quoi dire. Sauf que, bon, on faisait que relayer une information sans que nous ayons la quintessence et l'aboutissement même du processus, puisque c'est un long processus. On sait que quand on engage des procédures, soit à la CPI, soit dans d'autres organismes internationaux, c'est une procédure. Bon, maintenant, l'information là est arrivée ici, mais je peux vous dire que ça, dans les réseaux sociaux, dans les milieux où nous sommes, moi-même je suis au cœur du monde, je suis dans un syndicat de journalistes et tout, ça a créé une panique et ça a suscité beaucoup d'indignation parce qu'on a compris qu'en réalité, donc ces gens sont aussi fragiles qu'on le pensait, parce que c'est bien d'être très fort au Cameroun, c'est bien de sortir les chars de guerre, de sortir l'artillerie, de tirer à bout portant. Mais lorsqu'on rappelle maintenant, parce que moi j'ai fait une sortie en début de semaine pour rappeler que le Cameroun a ratifié plusieurs accords. Et la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, c'est quelque chose c'est un dogme que tous les États qui ont ratifié respectent. Donc, on est sûr que dans tout état de cause, avec les évidences de ce qui est comme élément factuel et que les avocats ont présenté même autour de la conférence, nous pensons que il y a des choses à craindre, que ces gens-là ont des choses à craindre et qui doivent déjà, c'est-à-dire que la peur doit changer de camp en réalité. C'est ça. Il faut faire comprendre. Bon, en principe, et que nos prisonniers, espérons que le président dans son débat galien, il place la question pour sa popularité.
Ok, Junior.
Du coup, on joue avec sans être suffisamment parce que encore pour la libération.
On t'écoute plus du tout, Junior.
Voilà.
Ok, merci. Quoi qu'il en soit, bon, on a bien saisi, Junior, un des points saillants qu'on a gardé venant de chrétiens, c'est l'intervention du professeur Alain Fouguet concernant les prisonniers, leur situation précaire, la situation de surpopulation carcérale et le besoin de prise en charge. Avec Junior, c'est encore un dernier clou que Anissé Kane met même dans le cercueil du tribalisme, en tout cas un grand coup qu'il porte lorsqu'il demande à être enterré auprès de NS Wandé. Ça signifie que Anissé Kane voudrait être enterré à Bafoussam éventuellement. On devrait arrêter pour cette section-ci, mais je vois le docteur Tita. Docteur Tita a la main levée. On va accorder cette intervention-là. Docteur Tita, en quelques minutes, s'il te plaît. S'il vous plaît.
Yeah. Good afternoon, wherever we are. My name is effectively Ivor Dida, and I'm a Cameroonian here from the Northwest region. Currently a physician, specifically gastroenterologist in the United States. I'm doing this introduction because I have been part of, I joined Project C because I really thought enough was enough. And I have relatively not been very active in terms of talking or going out there, even though I do my work, a lot of work in the background. But I'm beginning to get very worried about where things are going. And I want to certainly contribute and act to see how we can move Project C forward based on the objectives that we set out for ourselves. I want to thank everyone, those that conceived this forum, and they've been leading and sacrificing everything they can to see where we can go. However, I am, as I earlier mentioned, I'm beginning to worry that this forum may be losing momentum. And it doesn't take a magician to know that. You can see how the attendance at these meetings have gone down. And I think one of the main issues we are facing is maybe we are doing a lot of talking and that talking is not translating into action. How can we move from all these beautiful presentations, talks, into something that people can relate to, they can feel it? It's palpable. I look at where we are and I ask the question, are we Cameroonians in the diaspora perhaps not on the same page with our brothers and sisters who are in Cameroon? Some of the things that I cannot fathom as a physician who treats patients, when I imagine what happened to Ekane and Cameroonians sat in their homes, I wonder how hypnotized we have become. If a government can deny oxygen to somebody, and that does not enrage our people, I don't know what else it will take. People went out and voted. Your vote is stolen. We all say, je veux voir mes enfants grandir. I can speak French because I studied in the Faculty of Medicine in Yaoundé. Je veux voir mes enfants grandir. Grandir dans quel pays? Un pays où il y a les déchets, il y a les saletés, c'est ça qu'on appelle pays. Mais la question c'est, what has happened to us? Have we been brainwashed? Are we just so drowning in poverty that even the loaves of bread and sardine are enough, and we come on 1 day, 2 days, and we are lost? I mean, somebody's going to say, what have you done? I'm sitting here, I guarantee you, let me see a structure that needs money. I'm happy to step in there and put in finances. I mean, trust me, this is not new. And I don't want to list the number of people in Cameroon who are in hiding that I support as we speak financially. We just want to see an actionable and comprehensive plan. It has gotten to a point where I myself talking, I don't have the answers. But the mindset of Cameroonians, we talk about other countries have changed. They went through even less significant or worse situations than us and ended up changing. They changed because the people's mindset was different. The idea of even creating more regions is only to further divide Cameroonians. We are not acting as if we are one people. This division, this government has used it. They have killed this nation. And I don't know how we get to change it, but my brothers and sisters, we have been talking. Since the elections passed, we can tell we are losing momentum because we are not seeing palpable change or action. I am begging whether we have to create a think tank group to sit down and come up with something. Metro at least says it every day. It's the people who voted that have to bring the change. It is not the president-elect. And if those people are in this same mindset where we are today, you know what? We will all wash our hands and let nature decide how the future of this country comes. But that is not an option. So we must act. Thank you all.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Dr. Dita.
Dr.
Thank you. Before giving the floor to Ellie, please, Eric il y avait une question de Chrétien, avait une préoccupation à laquelle il espérait une réponse.
Oui. Je suis. Merci, Herman. Mes excuses, hein, il y a une autre réunion dans laquelle j'étais. Non, il y a un certain nombre de choses qu'il faut clarifier, Chrétien. D'abord, laisse-moi préciser ceci, que le président Tayong est en très bonne santé. C'est important. Je crois que c'est le plus important d'ailleurs. Il est en bonne santé et il est en sécurité. Je crois que c'est les deux choses les plus importantes. Donc, il faut mettre un accent particulier. Il faut aussi préciser un certain nombre de choses. D'abord, que M. Tayong est au travail et il fait beaucoup de choses en ce moment. Sur le plan international, les contacts avec les dirigeants du monde, hein, c'est étonnant le nombre de personnes avec qui Tayong s'entretient presque quotidiennement. Très important. Il est aussi clair qu'il ne peut pas parler en ce moment. C'est sûr. Moi-même, je ne suis même plus sur... Je ne cherche même pas, je n'essaye même pas, n'est-ce pas, à l'obliger à parler. Pourquoi? Parce que je sais que ça n'apporte rien. Il est clair que les autorités gambiennes ne veulent pas qu'il se prononce sur quoi que ce soit en ce moment. Mais ça ne change pas grand-chose parce que, laissez-moi vous dire que avec le début de la rentrée en 2025, il y a beaucoup de choses qui vont changer. Ça, je le sais aussi. Mais on ne peut pas forcer le calendrier. on espère. Il y a des choses qui se font au niveau diplomatique, il y a des choses qui se font au niveau juridique, il y a un certain nombre de choses qui se font au niveau j'ai parlé de juridique, diplomatique et économique. Et je suis convaincu qu'avec à la fin de cette année, début de l'année prochaine, les choses vont s'accélérer. On est désolé. M. Chiroma ne peut pas parler, il ne peut pas parler, il n'y a rien à faire. Mais on est en train de tout faire pour que deux choses, pour atteindre deux objectifs. D'abord, que le régime à Yaoundé ne soit jamais à l'aise et ne considère en aucun cas qu'ils vont diriger ce pays, qui vont imposer leurs lois, exercer le contrôle sur la gestion du pays. Ils ne peuvent plus. Ils ont du mal à nommer un gouvernement. Peut-être ils en auront dans les semaines qui viennent, mais ils ne pourront pas gouverner le Cameroun comme ils le croient. Donc ça, je crois que c'est très important. C'est un objectif que nous poursuivons et on va continuer à faire en sorte que ces difficultés se manifestent. Ils ne pourront pas gérer le pays comme ils imaginent. Deuxième chose, il y a un certain nombre de mesures à prendre. Peut-être pour le moment, avec les fêtes et tout ça, on a l'impression que rien ne bouge. Mais ce qui est sûr, c'est qu'avec le début de l'année 2025-26, on verra comment ce changement, le niveau de nombre d'activités et l'intensité avec laquelle, n'est-ce pas, les choses vont reprendre en début d'année. Tous ceux qui sont à Yaoundé doivent se poser des questions, doivent comprendre que ça ne sera plus jamais comme avant. Donc, il y aura beaucoup de changements. On tient compte de toutes les difficultés qui s'imposent. Le problème enfin, la prise de parole, c'est ce que je voulais dire, la prise de parole de M. Chiroma, qui commence à nous embêter tous. On doit quand même l'aider à faire comprendre à la population que ce silence ne veut pas, c'est pas signe de l'absence totale de la scène politique nationale. Chiroma, il reçoit des rapports quotidiennement. Il est en discussion avec plusieurs dirigeants du monde et on est sûr que avec le début de l'année et tout ce qui est programmé, les Camerounais vont s'en rendre compte que le changement est inévitable. C'est tout ce que je peux dire pour le moment. Je ne sais pas si ça répond aux attentes. Il y a le porte-parole. J'aurais voulu qu'elle soit avec nous ce soir, Maître Nkom, mais elle ne l'est pas. Mais je crois que avec le temps, n'est-ce pas, elle va apporter quelques clarifications. Et puis, d'ici quelques jours, on s'attend à ce que le président fasse un discours pour clarifier un certain nombre de choses. En principe, ça devrait avoir lieu dans les jours qui viennent. C'est tout ce que je peux dire pour le moment, je crois. Je ne sais pas si ça répond à la question d'Herman, peut-être pas.
Oui, ça répond, c'est Chrétien qui avait posé la question.
Ah oui, pardon, oui.
Oui, et ça rencontrait quand même aussi la préoccupation de plusieurs personnes. Merci pour les clarifications.
Okay.
Beaucoup de personnes seraient très contentes d'avoir ce discours-là. Et quelqu'un a fait une joke en demandant si le président Trump pourrait envoyer quelques tomahawks. Je ne suis pas sûr que ce soit là, mais on peut au niveau de la diaspora se mobiliser pour envoyer des tomahawks d'un autre genre. Ce serait très intéressant. Je ne sais pas si Chrétien voulait dire quelque chose d'autre apparemment.
Yes, maybe
Oui,
just a little as we close in this section, and we just
Yeah.
want to go on, and then we're going to finalize. So yeah, maybe some closing.
Chrétien.
Thank you.
Ok. Non, je voulais simplement en profiter pour dire merci à Eric pour toutes ces précisions qui ont été bien notées. J'en profite d'abord pour vous souhaiter joyeux Noël et par anticipation, bonne fête de fin d'année. On aura l'occasion de se souhaiter bonne année la prochaine fois. Et une petite observation que je ferai, c'est qu'il ne faut pas se fier à toutes ces instillations d'informations concernant la réorganisation administrative du pays et autres. Pour moi, c'est de la poudre aux yeux. Les propositions actuelles sont des gens qui sont incapables déjà de gérer 10 régions. Et c'est pas avec 20 qu'ils vont pouvoir le faire, hein. Ils sont, je veux dire, ça va faire des décennies qu'ils n'arrivent pas à gérer 10 régions. Ils n'ont même pas été capables donc de faire quoi que ce soit pour sur 58 départements, mais les voilà maintenant qui veulent en rajouter. Non, ne perdons pas beaucoup d'énergie là-dessus, parce que même pour mettre en œuvre tout ce qu'ils sont en train de dire, cela requiert un certain nombre de démarches, ne serait-ce que du point de vue institutionnel. Et les voyants, j'ai l'impression que des notions institutionnelles et autres, pour le moment, c'est le dernier de leurs soucis parce qu'ils ont un problème de survie. Donc, cette question de survie, nous devons tout simplement attendre le message du président élu, tout en continuant à travailler parallèlement. J'ai beaucoup aimé l'intervention du dernier, du docteur Tita, je crois, moi, j'ai beaucoup aimé son intervention parce que c'est une intervention d'indignation. Il se pose la question de savoir que sommes-nous devenus. Oui, on se pose cette question. Même les parents, même dans les familles, on se pose la question de savoir, mais que sont devenues nos familles? Parce que on est tous anesthésiés. Et comme le disait mon ami et frère Léopold tout à l'heure, là, cette situation relève un peu de la psychiatrie. Mais qu'à cela ne tienne, il y a quand même encore des gens qui ont la tête sur les épaules. La preuve, nous voici au niveau du projet ici. Et je pense que rien n'est perdu. Nous devons tout simplement tenir et vraiment bonne chance et surtout, soyons soudés. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Chrétien. Je repasse la parole à Elisabeth.
Voilà.
Ouais.
Leopold, I don't know if Leopold had something. Monsieur Nesu, just to.
Oh, no, Eli, I just wanted to say that deep in my heart, I'm convinced that by next year and later, some students will have to study the strategies of Project C to, it would be a good topic for lecturers, strategies that we are carrying to bring people together from different origins and so on. So it's a very important and very interesting experience we're carrying. I'm convinced. That's the only thing I wanted to add, that we're on a good track.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Junior, I know his reception wasn't good. I don't know if he has anything to say, but I'm just going to say thank you. And we're going to go in and bring in Kenneth Tendo, just so he can really talk about contributions, and I will share some things. I know some ideas are coming in that we want to share. And And then Dr. Dita, who spoke, oh, we see
Tatali.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we can have her speak and then we're going to bring Ken as we switch on. Okay, great. So let's go ahead now. And is it Mr. Tatalia? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Okay, are you ready? Thank you for being on. And then we'll just be making the switch as he speaks. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and pin you on screen.
Bonsoir à tout le monde. Je crois que j'ai joué un Project C. Je ne sais pas si j'ai vraiment joué. Bon, j'ai joué la page WhatsApp, ça fait près de 2 mois. Je n'ai jamais eu la parole ici. Je n'aime pas faire beaucoup de lumière sur moi, mais je suis quelqu'un qui travaille, qui a travaillé depuis très longtemps. Même avant les élections, Eric, on se connaît très bien. Je fais partie de 2 plateformes. Il y a une que j'ai initiée, le Chevalier du Changement. Il y a les Fronts de libération du Cameroun. C'est une autre plateforme dans laquelle je suis très actif. Le week-end passé, on a organisé une messe de requiem à la mémoire de notre combattant qui est parti dans les conditions que nous tous nous connaissons. Cette messe, elle était internationale. On a eu la présence de Maître Com. On a eu la présence de beaucoup d'activistes à travers le Cameroun, partout en Europe. Et j'ai voulu prendre la parole juste pour quelques minutes ici, juste pour rebondir sur la dernière intervention d'Éric. Ceci peut-être n'est pas la meilleure place pour moi de venir, mais j'ai vu il y a 43 Camerounais qui sont connectés. J'aurais dû utiliser d'autres médiums, mais j'ai voulu quand même faire sortir ce qui est dans mon cœur en ce moment. Parce que vous voyez, parmi les leaders de la diaspora, et parmi les Camerounais, il y a 2 camps. Il y a un camp de ceux qui ont travaillé sévèrement pendant toute la campagne, qui ont cru à Chiroma dès les premiers jours, et il y a ceux qui ont joint le combat après. Parmi les Camerounais, il y a des Camerounais qui ont cru et qui ont tout fait. Ils sont allés voter, ils ont voté Chiroma, ils lui ont donné ce mandat que tout le monde recherchait. Et il y a ceux qui ont rejoint après et qui... Maintenant, pourquoi des personnes ont cru à Chiroma? Pourquoi certains Camerounais ont tout donné pour voter Chiroma? C'est parce qu'on avait un espoir. On avait regardé ce qui s'est passé en 2018. On avait vu que Chiroma était un nordiste. On a pensé, je ne veux pas, ce n'est pas un cas tribal, on a pensé que le vote serait plus défendu si c'était peut-être nos frères du Nord. Et on a donné ce mandat clair. Et pendant cette campagne, tous les messages que j'ai envoyés dehors, je parlais d'un mandat clair qu'il faut donner à M. Chiroma. Je rebondis sur ce qu'Éric a dit tout à l'heure parce qu'aujourd'hui, il y a un problème sérieux. Moi, je le vis depuis dans mes plateformes. Je ne prends même plus la parole parce que je ne sais pas ce que je vais dire aux gens. Le président élu, on ne le voit pas. Je sais que j'ai discuté avec Eric il y a juste 3 semaines. Il m'avait rassuré qu'un porte-parole était en train d'être nommé. C'est notre dernière conversation. Et que ce porte-parole, bon, on ne savait pas. Je ne veux pas utiliser le féminin. Il m'avait dit, cette personne va pouvoir maintenant parler au nom du président élu. Mais je ne m'attendais pas à ce qu'on vit aujourd'hui. Ce qu'on vit aujourd'hui n'est pas normal. Nous ne pouvons pas continuer à faire comme si c'est normal. Nous sommes en train de dire, quelqu'un, le docteur qui apparaît tout à l'heure, a dit que les Camerounais, ça ne vaut pas la peine de se battre pour eux. On peut tenir tous ces discours, on peut accuser les Camerounais. Mais vous-même, si vous êtes un Camerounais qui a cru à tout ce que j'ai dit au départ. Et qu'aujourd'hui, Anissé est mort. On n'a pas vu le président élu. On a eu un communiqué de lui, mais on ne l'a jamais vu. Mais M. Kamto a fait une vidéo. Je ne pense pas, personnellement, je ne pense pas que le pays d'accueil du président élu l'empêche de donner une opinion personnelle sur la mort de M. Anissé Ekane. Et je dois le dire, c'est parce que j'ai vu 40 Camerounais qui sont connectés que j'ai dit je vais prendre la parole. Sinon, j'ai participé à plusieurs réunions aussi. Je n'ai jamais rien dit. Et ça commence déjà à m'embêter de n'avoir rien à dire à près de 400 personnes que j'ai dans ma plateforme, à d'autres personnes que j'ai dans d'autres plateformes dans lesquelles je participe. Je ne sais plus, ça devient intenable. On a élu un président. Il faut que ceux qui parlent encore au président, j'espère qu'Éric le fait encore. Moi, je n'ai plus aucune possibilité. Avant, j'avais des voies par lesquelles je pouvais envoyer un message et qui pouvaient l'atteindre. Depuis près d'un mois, il n'y a plus rien. Que ceux qui peuvent encore parler avec lui, qu'on lui dise. Si dans ce pays où il est en Namibie, s'il ne peut pas parler, il doit quitter la Namibie. Nous, on va passer tout le temps à nous agiter ici, à faire des choses. Il y a d'autres plans que nous sommes en train de vouloir mettre en place. Mais ça ne peut pas marcher si on n'a pas un leader qu'on ne peut pas voir. Excusez mon ton, ce n'est à personne ici, c'est juste un cri de cœur de ma part.
Non, c'est
Donc,
bienvenu.
on arrive à la voix, prière de passer ce message. Ça ne peut pas continuer et ça ne doit pas continuer. Il doit être dans un pays où il est visible. Il doit être celui qui mène ce combat. S'il ne mène pas le combat, il doit avoir une équipe. Et Eric sait, on a parlé. On doit avoir des canaux sûrs par lesquels nous qui sommes ici, nous pouvons agir. On n'a pas des heures à perdre. Par semaine, je ne connais pas le nombre de réunions que je fais. Mais il n'y a pas de canaux sûrs. En dehors de la porte-parole, il n'y a rien. Donc, il doit être visible, s'il vous plaît. Je suis en faux, je m'excuse vraiment en faux contre ce qu'Éric a dit tout à l'heure. Et si quelqu'un ici a pris ça en considération, je suis désolé de dire à la personne, reconsidérez ça. On ne peut pas se contenter de nous dire, oh, il va parler, oh, il va... Non, ce n'est pas possible. Sinon, abandonnons ce combat, laissons les RDPC faire ce qu'ils font. Laissons bien être là où il est. Voilà, merci. I'm sorry.
Okay. You don't need to be. This is why this is important.
Ça a le
Eric,
mérite d'être
you
très clair.
Baudelaire? Okay, go ahead.
Ce n'est qu'un point de vue.
C'est un point de vue qui a le mérite d'être clair, Léopold. Tout le monde a le droit d'avoir un point de vue.
Il est peut-être clair, mais on a aussi la clarté de ne pas l'accepter, c'est tout.
Oui, non, Léopold.
Non,
Grand frère Léopold, pardon.
Ne débattons pas de ça. Les aspects sécuritaires, ça se discute pas.
Merci. Alain n'a pas encore parlé. Alain qui a la main levée n'a pas encore parlé.
Mais
Alain est là.
Alain
Et
parlait.
Vincent aussi qu'on ne connaît pas. Ce serait bien de savoir qui se cache derrière le nom Vincent après Alain pour quelques minutes, pardon.
Et je reviendrai à la fin.
Pas de problème. Alain, oh, ok, je te vois là. Ok.
Mais merci Baudelaire, c'est vraiment bien expliqué de votre point de vue. Alain?
Are you able to come on camera, Alain? Or you can, however you choose to. Thank you.
No, I will just speak without camera.
Go ahead.
Because I'm not in the place where j'ai souhaité intervenir à la suite du propos très vigoureux, très honnête et très sincère du frère qui vient de parler. J'ai souhaité intervenir justement parce que j'avais envie de dire quelque chose qui est important, à mon sens. On disait, Léopold a dit, nous sommes envoûtés, quelqu'un d'autre a dit, oui, on a traversé les fétiches. Une autre personne a dit que bon, nous sommes vraiment, on est un peuple qui accepte tout, etc. Il faut se poser les questions de...
Allô Alain, on t'écoute plus. Alain? Okay.
Let's go to Vincent while Alain
Yeah,
is
Vincent,
speaking.
le temps pour Alain de revenir. Vincent, s'il te plaît, est-ce qu'on peut savoir?
Yes.
Ah, ok, man. Voilà, c'est moi, Vincent de Paul Fotso. Oui. Moi, voici en personne. Voilà.
D'accord. Non,
En
merci.
fait, j'ai suivi Baudelaire et bon, même si je
Est-ce
ne
qu'on
suis pas.
m'entend? Aïe, aïe.
Est-ce qu'on
Alain, tu es
m'entendait?
interrompu depuis. Oui. En quelques minutes et on revient à Alain, s'il te plaît,
Oui,
Vincent. Vas-y.
Oui, comme je disais, en fait, j'ai écouté parfaitement Baudelaire. Je ne suis pas à 100% d'accord, mais je suis au moins à 70% d'accord de ce qu'il dit, parce qu'en tant que journaliste, et en tant aussi en tant que directeur de publication, je pense que la communication en temps de crise est assez importante. Le silence, ce n'est pas une communication en temps de crise. Donc, plus il y a du vide, plus les gens s'inquiètent, plus les gens peuvent se mettre à imaginer des choses qui n'existent même pas. Juste pour la simple raison qu'ils n'ont pas d'informations. Et c'est comme moi,
Oui.
je dis ici. Je ne suis pas de celui qui veut à tout prix que le président Issa Chirouma vienne communiquer. Ça ne m'intéresse pas. Pour moi, c'est d'avoir de l'information. Même s'il ne communique pas, ça ne me gêne pas. Mais tant qu'on n'a pas l'information, voilà là où il y a le problème. Parce qu'on n'est pas censé de venir ici chaque fois demander à Eric, à M. Eric de nous donner l'information. Non. L'information doit être quelque chose de primordial. Parce que l'information fait partie de la sécurité aussi. Plus on est informé, plus on se sent en sécurité. Plus il y a le vide, on a l'impression que rien ne se passe. Exactement, c'est ça. Le monde a horreur du vide. Donc moi, je pense que je ne vais pas aller trop loin. Moi, ma proposition au président élu, c'est qu'il essaye d'améliorer sa communication. Si améliorer sa communication, c'est quoi? C'est de nommer des personnes en diaspora. Nous lui avons proposé ça plusieurs fois. De nommer des personnes en diaspora dans plusieurs pays qui peuvent communiquer. Lui n'a pas besoin de parler. La présidente de la République ne se gère pas par le président. C'est pour ça qu'il y a des ministres et autres. Il ne peut pas focaliser le combat seulement sur lui. Tel qu'il est silencieux, rien ne se passe. Non. Il doit déléguer le pouvoir et c'est ce qu'on ne voit pas. Depuis là, les choses sont concentrées sur lui. S'il est bloqué en Gambie, on reste, on attend. Non, ce n'est pas comme ça. Le Cameroun ne lui appartient pas. Je suis désolé. Oui, je m'arrête là.
Merci beaucoup, Vincent. Très, très belle proposition. Vraiment très belle qui rejoint, qui complète peut-être celle de Baudelaire. C'est vraiment interactif et c'est bien. Alain, si tu nous écoutes, vraiment très merci beaucoup, Vincent. On pourrait revenir pour toi. Est-ce que Alain nous écoute encore?
Je suis là, j'écoute.
Oui, vas-y, Alain, on t'a
J'ai
perdu
bien
tout à l'heure.
écouté Baudelaire et Vincent. Justement, ça tombe très bien parce que je vais réagir sur les deux, en espérant que mes télécommunications ne me trahissent pas encore une fois. Donc, ce que je disais, c'est que vraiment, l'une des causes de l'inefficacité des progressistes, c'est, et là aussi, il faut le dire brutalement et directement, c'est leur faiblesse organisationnelle, leurs égos et leur manque de discipline. Il y a quelque chose qu'Éric a dit dans son propos qui était très important. Il a dit, le président Chirouma est en lieu sûr, il est en santé, il travaille. Il fait plein d'actions à l'international sur un point de vue juridique, sur un point de vue lobbying, sur un point de vue diplomatique. Et il est hébergé par un pays qui l'astreint à une certaine réserve. Et Eric a été clair sur le fait que dans très peu de temps, il y aura des annonces qui seront faites. L'autre chose que j'ai envie de rappeler, c'est que il a nommé le président Chirouma, il a nommé Maître Aliscom comme étant sa porte-parole. C'est-à-dire que s'il avait quelque chose à dire, ou s'il y avait quelque chose à dire, elle l'aurait dit. Ça veut donc dire, vraiment en disant la rationalité toute simple, c'est qu'il est en train de travailler, il fait des choses, et il n'y a rien de substantiel sur laquelle il peut communiquer pour l'instant, en sachant que toute l'information qu'on doit avoir, elle est connue. On sait où il est, on a des reports, ne serait-ce qu'à travers cette plateforme, semaine après semaine, sur le peu de choses qu'on peut et qu'on doit savoir. Parce qu'encore une fois, il faut être conscient de la délicatesse de sa situation et avoir un peu d'indulgence par rapport à la discrétion, la réserve, la densité que doivent avoir ces communications. Et surtout qu'en plus, on est en train de parler, au début du propos, Arrêt disait, on envisage éventuellement qu'ils reviennent au Cameroun au 11 février. Donc, ce sont des choses qui nécessitent du tact, de la réserve, de la délicatesse. Donc, je pense que soyons confiants, ayons la foi dans ce qu'on fait, ayons la foi dans ceux à qui on a donné le mandat de porter notre volonté et faisons confiance à ces leaders, apportons-leur du soutien, faisons des propositions. Et je pense que ça va aller. Je crois qu'il faut se faire confiance mutuellement. Il faut être force de proposition. C'est très bien ce que Vincent a fait tout à l'heure en disant qu'on peut avoir des porte-paroles dans plusieurs pays, mais je pense que si on a un porte-parole qui est au Cameroun et qui peut parler et de façon audible avec les moyens télécoms qu'on a aujourd'hui, c'est accessible par tout le monde. Mais vraiment, moi, je souhaitais dire que, encore une fois, le président Chiroma a un porte-parole. Par ailleurs, nous avons la chance d'avoir Eric qui le côtoie à fréquence régulière, qui nous apporte quelques informations. Eh bien, soyons confiants, restons en ordre de bataille, parce que j'ai remarqué que la chose qui fait souvent que les progressistes échouent, c'est cette propension à laisser place à de l'indiscipline, à peut-être de l'impatience. Je sais que c'est difficile pour tout le monde d'accepter ce qui se passe, mais on a attendu 40 ans, voire même 100 ans pour être en 2025, avec des échecs répétés, les plus récents étant inefficacité répétée, les plus récents étant en 2018 et 1992. On est à quelques mois, on a 2 mois et demi, 3 de la dernière présidentielle. Bon, c'est pas quelques jours, quelques semaines qui vont nous tuer. Je souhaitais vraiment dire ici que ayons de la réserve, de la retenue, de la patience. Faisons-nous confiance et puis je pense que on va voir, comme Eric le disait, dans les prochains jours, dans les prochaines semaines, comment les choses vont évoluer. Merci.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup. J'ai l'impression Eric voulait ajouter quelque chose à la suite de Baudelaire. Il a dit qu'il voulait lui répondre. Je ne sais plus si je me trompais, Eric.
Non, merci. Évidemment, je voulais le faire pour abonder dans le même sens Alain et Léopold. Et je vous en remercie parce que cette bataille, c'est pas la mienne, c'est pour nous tous. Je crois que je comprends parfaitement cette exigence de la part de tout le monde de pouvoir informer le public, donner les informations. Je comprends, n'est-ce pas, cette volonté d'avoir, d'être, n'est-ce pas, en mesure d'expliquer, de comprendre ce qui se passe à travers le pays et surtout sur le plan politique. Tout à fait normal. Et je comprends les frustrations des uns et des autres, mais écoutez, nous sommes le pays, le Cameroun est en train de traverser une période historique assez compliquée, peut-être, je ne sais pas si c'est le mot juste. Et je ne suis pas sûr que c'est dans l'émotion qu'on va résoudre le problème. Je crois que c'est question de stratégie. C'est ce qu'on doit se poser comme question. Quelle stratégie? Est-ce que cette stratégie est en train de marcher? Et si elle ne marche pas, qu'est-ce qu'il faut pour soit pour modifier, remplacer, changer, n'est-ce pas, la stratégie? Je crois que c'est le plus important. On ne va pas gérer ce pays dans l'émotion. J'espère que ce que je dis là n'a pas... les gens ne vont pas m'entendre ça. Il faut une stratégie. Et c'est la question qu'on doit se poser régulièrement. Est-ce que la stratégie adoptée, c'est la meilleure? On est quoi? On est le 28 ou le 29 aujourd'hui. On est à 2 jours de la fin de l'année, 2-3 jours de la fin de l'année. On est en droit de se poser la question. Est-ce que ce que nous avons adopté jusqu'ici depuis le 12 octobre, est-ce que ça marche? Ça nous amène vers le changement voulu. Et si la réponse est non, changeons-le. Ce que je sais, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui se passent sur le plan économique, sur le plan financier, diplomatique, juridique. Il y a des actions. On ne va pas ces actions-là ne se passent pas dans un vide. C'est des choses, il y a des actes. Si jamais il y aura changement au Cameroun, il y a des actes à poser. Il y a des actes, comme je dis, juridiques, par exemple. On doit pouvoir amener la Cour internationale dans le jeu. Pour le faire, il y a une procédure à suivre. On est en train de travailler là-dessus. Il y a même en ce qui concerne la stratégie, il y a des choses qu'il ne faut même pas exposer. Oui, il faut informer les gens, je suis d'accord. Mais informer les gens pour tout le monde ici, nous connaissons tous la capacité de nuisance d'étudier des gens en Yaoundé.
Oui.
Donc, je comprends parfaitement, n'est-ce pas, qu'il y ait toutes ces frustrations. Mais il y a des choses qui se passent, qu'on veuille ou pas, il y a des choses qui se passent sur le plan diplomatique. Chiroma est en contact avec beaucoup de gens à travers le monde. Mais pourtant, il ne peut pas, il y a un certain nombre de choses qu'il ne peut pas dévoiler parce que le fait, c'est exposer un certain nombre de dirigeants du monde. Mais il travaille avec eux. Et le moment venu, on verra sur le plan économique, parce que tout est lié. C'est ça moi, parfois, je me perds dedans, mais tout est lié sur l'aspect financier, l'aspect économique. Vous avez vu, la Banque mondiale a refusé maintenant d'octroyer un certain nombre de crédits à ce pays. La Banque mondiale, ça ne sort pas de nulle part. Ça fait partie d'une stratégie adoptée, travaillée et tout. Sur le plan diplomatique, l'Union européenne s'est prononcée sur un certain nombre de choses concernant le Cameroun. Tout ça ne se passe pas dans le vide. Il y a la question enfin, que les gens autour du président se posaient, c'est où est la diaspora? Qu'est-ce que chacun de nous peut dire qu'il a fait ou qu'elle a fait pour changer les choses au Cameroun? Ce n'est pas le fait de se plaindre que va changer quoi que ce soit. Il y a des gens qui posent des actes. Ceux qui sont ici, je suis sûr que c'est parce qu'ils veulent voir ce changement. Et c'est déjà un acte qu'il faut reconnaître. Mais il y en a combien? Il y en a combien? On a dit d'écrire à nos sénateurs, ou ceux qui sont aux États-Unis, combien l'ont fait? Ce n'est pas la bataille de Chiroma seul. Donc, il ne suffit pas de rester et de se plaindre. Non, il faut poser des actes. Et nous pouvons tous le faire. Nous tous. Si les Camerounais lèvent leur voix là où ils sont, en France, en Allemagne, Bruxelles, machin, tout ça, aux États-Unis, s'ils levaient les voix, ça va. On est le mois de janvier arrive. Hein. Moi, je suis sûr que bon, il y a certaines activités qu'on verra plus claires à partir du mois de janvier, mais ce n'est pas Chiroma qui va changer quoi que ce soit s'il reste enfermé là où il est. Et vous imaginez, si les Camerounais, combien de Camerounais on a demandé, écrivez, n'est-ce pas, au président de la Gambie, on a demandé aux Camerounais de se manifester, qu'on sente que les Camerounais sont concernés par ce qui se passe. Il y en a, combien l'ont fait? Combien? Moi, je crois que heureusement, il y a beaucoup qui y croient et qui travaillent. Et on verra, je suis convaincu, ce changement d'ici peu. Quelque chose va se passer dans les semaines qui viennent, je suis convaincu. Il y a, par exemple, un certain nombre de... on va porter... Il y a des avocats qui sont en train de travailler sur un certain nombre de trucs qui vont porter à l'attention, n'est-ce pas, des différents tribunaux au Cameroun et hors du Cameroun. Ce travail est en train de se passer. Dès qu'on va commencer à lancer, à annoncer tous les jours, il y a le gouvernement camerounais est obligé de répondre à telle ou telle chose, 10 000 personnes arrêtées, enfin 2 000 personnes arrêtées, incarcérées, tout ça. Et c'est ça qui devient donc, on commence à entendre de plus en plus dans les médias internationaux. On entend que le Cameroun, on verra. Il y a des choses qui vont changer forcément à cause de ça. Donc, moi, je comprends bien Vincent Depaul et Baudelaire, mais mes chers amis, pas facile de changer un pays et surtout pas un pays où on ne sait pas qui dirige en fait. Hein? Je suis d'accord avec tout le monde, mais bon, on doit faire avec ça.
Merci beaucoup, Eric.
Qui se pose à nous tous.
Merci beaucoup, Eric. Et Tayong, il semble l'avoir compris parce qu'il se plaignait de la présence des avocats sur les plateaux télé. Il se plaignait, il commençait à réduire le nombre de personnes qui ont été tuées. Il disait que c'est juste 10 personnes. On sait tous que c'était 50. C'est peut-être ça. Merci, Baudelaire. Avec le réseau que vous avez, on vous suggère de rester en contact avec nous. On veut le maximum de Camerounais disponibles. Vraiment, si vous avez un réseau de 400 personnes, Eric parlait des lettres aux sénateurs. C'est à ce niveau-là qu'on est très efficace aussi. Quelqu'un parlait d'envoyer des missiles Tomahawk, que Trump devrait envoyer des missiles. C'est ce genre de choses qui peut être très utile. Envoyer des lettres aux sénateurs, au président de la Gambie. Chaque communication qu'on peut relayer avec nos réseaux, ce serait très bénéfique.
I think Monsieur Baudelaire wants to respond and he has something to say. Yes.
Sorry, not really to respond. I just want to clarify a few things.
Okay.
Je veux seulement être qu'on soit sûr. Parce que quand quelqu'un répond, on a parfois l'impression, et j'espère que tous ceux qui sont ici, on a parfois l'impression à penser que les propos que la personne tient collent à la personne à qui il répond. Vraiment, Eric, et je ne pense pas que beaucoup de choses que vous avez dites collent sur moi. On a certainement envoyé des lettres au sénateur, mais je vais vous dire, la première lettre que j'avais initiée pour les sénateurs, je ne connaissais même pas encore l'existence du projet, c'était le 13 octobre. Eric, on a parlé ensemble le 11 octobre, quand vous étiez à Londres. Je vous ai parlé de tout ce qu'on était en train de faire. Je me préparais à aller à l'ambassade ce jour-là pour préparer l'élection qui se passait le 12, ici aux États-Unis. La première lettre que j'ai faite pour les sénateurs, j'ai partagé et j'avais ajouté le nom de plusieurs sénateurs avec leur email. J'ai fait ça le 13. Beaucoup ont commencé à faire ces lettres, j'ai vu d'autres, après qu'on ait voué l'élection. Dans le groupe, le Front de Libération, on a écrit au président de Burkina Faso pour le remercier quand il était sorti par on a écrit. On a envoyé une lettre en Gambie. Donc, c'est pour dire qu'il y a beaucoup de choses. Je ne voudrais seulement que ce n'est pas l'émotion. Je ne fais pas de l'émotion. Vous m'avez rarement vu parler comme je parle en ce moment. Moi, j'ai très bien dit. J'ai dit, je n'arrive plus à prendre la parole parmi ceux qui m'ont fait confiance et qui continuent à me faire confiance parce que il n'y a rien qui empêchait le président de s'exprimer personnellement sur la mort d'Anissé. On ne l'a pas vu. Je continue à dire cela. Et personne ne peut m'empêcher cela. Je comprends tout ce qu'on va dire. Il a fait un communiqué. Mais nous reprochons aux Camerounais d'être amorphes. J'ai suivi, on parle des choses spirituelles. Il n'y a rien de ça. Comment nous avons capitalisé sur la mort d'Anissé? On ne l'a pas fait. On ne l'a pas fait. On n'a pas vraiment capitalisé. On n'a pas capitalisé. Les Camerounais ne pouvaient pas se lever comme les gens espèrent là. On n'a pas capitalisé. Et c'est tout ça, comme vous avez dit, il y aura un moment où on pourra voir si ce qu'on a fait jusqu'ici a été positif. On va regarder tout ça. Mais on n'a pas capitalisé. Peut-être il n'est pas tard. Mais si on continue à aller dans votre direction et qu'on n'écoute pas les gens comme moi, on risque de faire encore 3 mois, 6 mois à se dire non, oui, le président est en train de travailler. J'ai suivi celui qui a parlé après moi. Il a dit beaucoup de choses, mais je veux sortir de ça. J'ai déjà été trop longtemps dans ça. Je veux sortir de cette ligne-là désormais. Je veux sortir de ça. Je veux qu'on soit sûr qu'il y ait des actions. Sinon, on a fait 2018. On n'a pas fait quoi? On est allé ici. On est allé au Congrès. On a fait 1001 choses. N'est-ce pas? Donc, je veux seulement que les gens comprennent. Ce n'est pas tellement moi. Tout ce qu'Eri a cité, il y a 1000. Et je continue à faire. J'ai dit, bien que la semaine passée, on a fait une messe d'action de grâce. Donc, comprenons-nous, essayons de comprendre qu'on peut faire encore mieux que ce qu'on est en train de faire. Et c'est dans ce sens-là que moi, ce n'est pas que je ne suis pas un homme tellement émotionnel que ça. Ne mettons pas ce que je voulais dire dans l'émotion. C'est vrai, je parlais avec un peu d'émotion, mais c'est parce que j'en ai déjà un peu là trop avec des interrogations qui n'ont pas de réponse.
Merci beaucoup, Baudelaire. Très bien clarifié.
Yes. Let me just say one thing, Mr. Baudelaire. I see he's still there. Okay, great. I think that your emotions are correct. I think that one of the beauties of what we have today, there's just 3 things I want to talk about let's put things in perspective. Number 1, we are having a national conversation. I want everyone here to think, when have we ever had a national conversation? When? In disagreement, we should feel joyful. In disagreement, we should feel the progress, because we have never understood what it means like to have this discussion. We have close to 1,000 people right now on Twitter watching. We have and in the other place altogether, we have about 1,200 or 1,300, just so we know, watching this week. And of course, the number always doubles. So the representation on the Zoom is not a representation on a weekly basis on who participates. We have been here on Project C. Our first call was on a Saturday, the 2nd of August. Worked in the background in July, and we started. So Mr. Baudelaire has started, and many of us have worked in different ways. Whether honestly it was true Ambazonia, it was true Camto's party, many people have been working. This is the movement. This is all together in this, and it was a struggle from SDF. This is all of this in this factions it's been. And so this conversation we are having in the different points of view is in the same pot, in the same place. Mr. Baudelaire, you are going for Cameroon asking the right question. Nothing is wrong or right here. The questions Eric is talking about, it's in the same pot. We're in the same mix. It could be different ingredients making the soup. It's so important that we understand this first. Nobody here is out of place. We all are. We're looking for best solutions, and the solutions are going to come from different points of view. This is important. You know, my fellow Cameroonians, I say this, friends, because it is so easy, because we've been so divided. And I've been listening, I'm like, we are together. We're not apart. Let's be clear. Anything we say is together. Everybody has the right. And I keep doing thumbs up because when Dr. Dita spoke, you know, we've had so many amazing people. It's because we must speak. I am so grateful today that we've hung around so much, that some of us have been watching so much that we're itching to say something. This is where, I'm telling you, rubber meets start. This is where we need to start, right here. Right here. Nobody, you know, Mr. Baudelaire, I really do hope that we can collaborate. Your organization you're working on, fantastic. We need a bridge. We are realizing that we cannot just, your own thing, you know, the Bamileke people, the Meta, I'm not saying, you know, I'm giving an example here. The Francophones, the Anglophones, you know, the Catholics, that this is just hogwash. I mean, I know I'm losing, it's crazy, it's rubbish. We have to find where we meet, hold hands, and walk together. The walk, Mr. Somebody came earlier and talked about the driving. He suggested 100 cars. Yes, it's in line. We've talked about people going, you know, this is it. It's holding hands in this way. Let's not think physically is cars lined up. No. Have we even started holding hands to drive a car? So let's hold hands. That's all I want to say. We're together. We're one. Everything anybody says here, we're together, we're one. Listen, without this conversation, nobody in silence picks up a gun and running around. So let's just pretend, for those of us who think gun is the answer. You don't. You're going to collaborate that army. You're going to strategize. Here goes the army. It's called the Modern Army. That has conversations on Zoom, Twitter, every place. It has letters going to senators, everything, press conference. Shiroma is talking to the diplomats in the background. It cannot be open. It cannot be everywhere. Let's believe that we are all doing the right thing, and then we continue, the conversation. I'm sorry, but I had to say that.
Non, merci.
Yes, thank
Merci
you.
beaucoup, Elie. Merci. Non, je voulais surtout prier Baudelaire de ne pas nous lâcher, de joindre, de collaborer, parce que comme Elisabeth a dit, il y a des choses que beaucoup de personnes aimeraient, mais si Baudelaire peut nous faire cette faveur de rester vraiment avec nous, avec le réseau, parce que nous aussi, on a beaucoup d'amis qui s'impatientent et parfois on est dans la même situation que Baudelaire. Si Baudelaire, pardon, peut juste nous accorder d'être présent sur le forum pour qu'on puisse avoir une discussion plus approfondie plus tard, ce serait très apprécié.
Right.
C'est tout pour moi. Merci.
Let me just add this, that you know, we've been working with Baudelaire, you know, and the others. Unfortunately, you know, time seems there's just so much going on, and people get discouraged easily and stop, and then come back. But what Elizabeth said is, I hope you got it, Baudelaire. I was hoping to see you in Washington when I was in the US, but unfortunately I had to leave again. The important thing is, let us pull ourselves together. That's the central message. And let us understand that we all are leaders of this resistance, of this revolution. We all are. The leaders are here. And if, you know, I'm sure Cyprain, where he is, and he keeps worrying. The one thing that bothers him the most is not even whether everybody is around the table or not. It is whether we've even talked about. I'll tell you two things. One is, you know, his question is: are the things we are doing adding up? Are the things we are doing adding up? He's very concerned about that. It's not so much about whether he speaks or not, but are the things adding up? Because if they add up and change comes, all Cameroonians will recognize it. And then we'll start analyzing, oh, you know, thank God, you know, this was done. These criminals were taken to court. Thank God, we are working, I mean, just to let you know, to ensure that people cannot travel easily if there's proof that they've stolen from the Cameroonian people, and we're gathering that proof. They cannot, so there'll be travel bans. Accounts will be frozen. We have the information about the accounts of so many people. We know where Cameroon's money is. That work is going on as we speak. That's what's important. Believe me, it's not so much what Mr. Chiroma will appear and be talking about. It's important that he does to energize the troops. So we understand that. And I'm sure there's somebody here in the group on this platform who will make sure he hears about all these sentiments today. Not me necessarily, but somebody, with us. So, the point I want to make is if all of these things add up as they should, and that is what concerns him the most, if they all add up, he knows that the Cameroonian people will forgive him for not having spoken as often as he should have. Because I think speaking is important, but I don't think it's the essential ingredient. If we can stop these people from traveling, if we can stop the accounts and then when a government comes and we figure out how to get that money to build our schools and hospitals, I think he'll be forgiven for not speaking up at this time. So I understand, but again, the message will get to him. I want to reassure everybody, Baudelaire, everybody, this message will get to him that difficult as it is, we have to figure out how to maintain contact with citizens. But please, it's just as important that we know that we are also leaders. We are leaders. That I've gone for I don't know how many days without any contact. But that doesn't stop me from trying to see what's happening in all the other areas and trying to communicate them as best I can. So we are leaders, we should be communicating. Let's do what it takes so that this change can come. This is a different kind of political situation in which Cameroonians have never really found themselves. But I hope that we will all understand going forward that we are all in it, we should work together, and I want you to ask yourself this question constantly. Not only you ask every Cameroonian on this planet, what are you doing to change Cameroon to become the nation we all want? Ask every single person in the diaspora. And I know that there are lots of people, because I've been receiving calls of people say, what can I do? What can I do? There've been a lot of calls to me, and I'm sure maybe Elizabeth and the others. So let's challenge Cameroonians to do what we all can to bring about this change, and let us all be part of the leadership, Baudelaire has declared, has demonstrated very clearly that he's a leader. And I know in his group, that there are other leaders. I asked them, Baudelaire, I can now come back to you and say, what have you done since our discussion with regard to putting together the database that you were supposed to help put together? What has happened to that? So maybe you want to answer that, but the point I'm making here is we are all part of the leadership team. We really are. And it'd be nice to, for us to question ourselves as we go forward, what each of us is doing. We are working on two things, as I said. One is a plan, a retro plan. And I hope it will be in a position to announce it soon. That retro plan is not Chiroma working on it, it's the rest of us. We want to figure out what it will take for him to be in a 2D and when. When will it be possible for Chiroma to be in a 2D? In reality. And we want to, based on what we determine, we will then set a date. That date, I threw out a date a few weeks ago, and I said 11th of October. Oh, sorry, 11th of February. I threw out that date a few weeks ago, 11th of February. But when that date was thrown out, there was no we had not done the work we should do, which is what will it take to get there on the 11th of February? So we are now doing that work. What will it take to get to a 2G? And based on what we see, we set the dates, and then we work back. We do the retro planning. That's where we are on that scope. The second thing I'm hoping we set out to work on, I'm still, is what we call a dashboard. A dashboard, so that we can know what everybody is doing. Un tableau de bord, pour savoir ce que chacun est en train de faire, chaque groupe de personnes. C'est important qu'on ait ça. Qu'on ait ce tableau de bord dans lequel nous identifions le travail des uns et des autres, des différents groupes. Il nous faut ça pour que nous soyons mieux coordonnés. Une responsabilité, Baudelaire, vous avez une responsabilité dans ce travail. Il faut qu'on voit qu'il y a quelque chose qui se fait à votre niveau comme à notre niveau, comme au niveau de tous les différents groupes qui s'intéressent à ce problème. Donc, I know we've been talking for too long, but I think it's a very delicate, c'est un tournant assez décisif et il faut clarifier un certain nombre de choses. That's what I was trying to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. So we really have to start rounding up. And, I think right here today, I've been here since 9 a.m. Many of us have been here since 9 a.m. in the morning. It's 9 a.m. Central Time in Midwest. And it's 1 minute to 1 o'clock, probably. Yes, it's 10 minutes to 1, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. If this is not evidence that we love our country, I don't know what else. So every one of us who's been here and who's been on all the different platforms on social media listening, we are resisting, because if we don't have this to stay here, we're not staying here because we lack things to do. We're taking time from very important things because we can't move. We're stuck. Because what do we do for our people? Let's not underestimate ourselves. We're going to start closing because we've been here. I'm going to bring up Annette. And let me just say, please, just so we do this again, since August, when we started maybe you see array and we think, no, we don't. There's so many people in the background. We're going to have group in pidgin group. Because it's not one face. We were doing that because we need faces. I am so happy that it's beyond, like Dr. Bodele said, Mr. Bodele, I don't know if it's Dr. Dita, let's not, I don't want the light shining on me. I was when I came in, I thought, my goodness, my last name has never served me. I cannot do this. But let's just be clear. At a certain point, it hits. It's not about that. It is our country. You guys, I tell you all the time, for those of you who don't know, Mamfe is the thickest equatorial forest. I don't know the parents who send their children to school. They are made of a different kind. And I went to Okoyong, and I was in the village of Okoyong, and the children there look exactly like my two sons who were born in the US. And these children in that place who have lived there, I believe, from the concept of humanity, because either the Bantus migrating, however that history went, have been there, have been displaced. Walking to Calabar, little girls of 13 years being pregnant. I used to run down to the village. I was so inquisitive. I ate the fufu and arrow. Was fufu not what do you call the fufu made of wata fufu? It's made with cocoyams. People, this is real. The difference between them and my children is location, period. They could be smarter, they could be geniuses. It's a fact. So I cannot consider myself enough of a human and a mother if those children don't have the decency that my children have. Because I'm in America. I didn't make myself to be here. I can't even take credit to be here. Who of you can take credit? was once one hand that lent the other to whatever. We must hold hand and lend hands. I will insist this. We can disagree, we'll hold hands. I see you, Mr. Baudelaire, in me. I see Chris in me. I see Vincent. I see Eric. We're mirrors of each other. We share the same DNA. For real. I don't care whether you're from the north or where, we share the same damn DNA. Excuse my French. I am sorry. I just want us to cut the bull, cut the crap, excuse me, and keep it where it needs to be. This country is in turmoil. We can see similar situations, but Cameroon has been in this for 60 years. We can fool ourselves and say 43, but the first 20 was all good. Yeah, it was the best we got. Let's just be real. But this foundation planted by the colonial masters, which we were taught their history, our brains taken, so that we can continue mining the gold that they will come and take. Then they mine us to take, and we are waking up as a people. There's not so much to blame. We didn't know. Before they came, anybody here tell me you knew what it takes? We didn't know. We were living in the haven. We were living in heaven. The real place of Adam and Eve is where we lived. We just lived. We had it all. And so now they're telling us this is this and this is that. So yes, the world has moved forward and we are now changing it. We're creating our own Cameroon. So please, everybody here, everybody watching, we're creating. Everybody's bringing their talents on. We will have robust discussions to move forward. We need every face. Like today, we want to have different groups all the time so that we can, have this discussion. And this is why things are moving forward. Because for the first time, people are talking. We know there's creation came from the word. We know that if we're talking, we're connecting, we're clear, and we can now come up with strategies. Without this, communication is not happening. And if we consider that Shiroma is one person, there comes a time where the voice of the people is what leads. Because if the leader is down, it's not down because he needs to be on the ground. But our voices together will be so loud, this government will come down. It is where we are. So people, let's get this going. Ken, I'm going to bring you on so you can talk about money. Annette is going to give us a rounding statement. And then Eric is going to talk, our voluntary leader here. Ray has an emergency, and but we're going to be able to close this right. So I'm going to put in Annette again, more voices. Kenny, you're going to talk, and then Annette, I need your perspective. And then if anybody else has any rounding thing to say, and then we're going to close. Thank you so much. So let me put you on here and Ken, you're on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ellie. I think one of the things you just touched on asking, who's Chiroma, right? Yeah. We've been talking here that I've sensed a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, right? But the question I ask is, who is Chiroma, right? When we got together as Project C, we didn't get together behind one person. We got together to say, we're going to invite everybody who says they want to be president in Cameroon to come in and tell us why they want to be. And we're going to ask them questions. And then from there, we're going to let the voices speak and choose their leader. So who did the voices choose? They chose Chiroma. So now Chiroma is not Chiroma as an individual, it's the voice of the people. We are here. I don't know Chiroma, but I know he's the one that Cameroonians chose to be the next president. Is he perfect? No, not like any president in the world that is perfect. They surround themselves with people who are going to coach, advise, and get them to where they need to get to. So I bring you guys when I talk about fundraising to Project C. There were a few people who started this idea, right? They are not politicians. They are not experts in any one field or the other. This belongs to us, guys. Bring your voices to the table, bring your expertise to the table, and join any of the committees that Project C has advertised so we can continue to be better. These are critical times. These are not times for anybody to be skeptical or point fingers or do whatever. These are times for us to come up with solutions. We need to be solution-oriented with what we want to change in Cameroon and be intentional about it. And on top of that, speak with our money, because it takes money to get change to happen, right? So I'm going to ask you guys this. I mean, maybe not even necessarily ask. I'm going to say this very directly. We are asking, why are Cameroonians not outraged? 300 people disappeared in the prison. Yet, there's no outrage in Cameroon. Guys, remember, 200 women disappeared in Nigeria, and it was on CNN, it was reported everywhere in the world. Right? Remember that, guys. We had 300 people disappear in the prison in Cameroon. There's no outrage. A person was sophisticated in jail in Cameroon, no outrage. Tractor trailers were bulldozed, goods dumped on the side of the road, no outrage. So let me tell you guys why I think that is. And that's why I'm coming here today asking you guys, please contribute, put your money to speak. We are all victims of a regime that has spent time and money to desensitize us. We are victims. I am here, a citizen of two powerful nations. When I go to Cameroon, I'm still scared. Are you kidding me? I'm scared of a regime that will stop at nothing. Nothing, guys, nothing. So, yes, our people who are on ground zero are scared. And what is needed is money to educate them and retrain their minds as to what it takes to unite and fight. Fight a regime that has spent time and money for years to create fear, to divide us and make us feel like we do not matter and their voices matter. When an individual who is a non-entity, and I apologize for even addressing his name. And I don't even think his name is Atanganji, whatever his real name is. But I apologize for even addressing his name to you guys because of the respect I have for you, because he's a non-entity. Can talk to us and a country like we don't matter. And there's no outrage? Come on, guys. What is it going to take? We're asking you guys for a little bit of contribution to change the narrative. Be part of this. You want something to change? Speak. Get into your pocket and speak, because it's going to take money. It's going to take everything that we possibly can. We're not dealing with usual times. We're dealing with people who are not scared of anything. They're evil-minded people. They are evil-minded. Let me repeat. These people don't give a damn. So don't think that it's going to take traditional modes to change them. So every one of us, guys, I'm asking you, if you cannot contribute money, get involved one way or the other. Contribute your time, contribute your ideas, contribute your knowledge. You're part of something in the diaspora. You're part of a company. You're part of a group. You're part of an entity that has money to invoke change. That money is what is needed to make the change that we want. So if you also challenge actionable thing. Imagine, guys, I said this last week. If we formed a truckers union in Cameroon, and we as Project C and the diaspora say, you know what, truckers, we're going to pay your salaries for 1 month. Don't transport a single good from the Douala port to anywhere in Cameroon. Watch what happens to Cameroon. It crumbles. We're talking about mobilizing trucks or cars to block the roads. We all need to get there. You understand that? And don't challenge the fact that because we're diasporan, we don't understand it, we can speak from a distance. We all have to fight in dynamic ways. The people in ground zero are going to fight the way they know how to fight. But our challenge is to spend the money to educate these people at the grassroots levels. Investigative reporting, education. We need to change the mindset that you and I have, that mindset that was scared of this. Minuscule people that are powerful in evil ways, that have messed us up. And we need to change that narrative. So I ask you guys, please speak with your money. Speak with your money. Contribute. Be involved. Donate $1, $2, $3. How many million diasporans are out there? All we need is a little bit of your money to make Cameroon what you want it to be, to make this country, your beloved country, our motherland. Our national anthem says it, but it's never been realized. Let's realize it through our pockets, and let's spend the money. Let's make the Cameroon that we know it deserves to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you so much, Ken. Annette, so much has gone on today, Annette, and I know that you're up in somewhere in Norway. I want to say the North Pole, but you're so correct. Yeah, but you're so current with everything. And sometimes 2 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. might see you texting me, even at your own time. And just, writing letters, you're in the fundraiser, you're in this new bloggers, you're in the think tank. So I just want to know, you're always so quiet in the background, but what is your perspective? What is your take on where we are? We've heard Dr. Dita talk about, he says, I don't have all the answers, which we are. We're just saying, what do we do? We've heard so much today. I just want to know, what is your perspective?
Well, thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you very much to everyone who has had the chance to speak today. I do, when I listen to Dr. Dita, Baudelaire, I can see myself in all of that. I wish we could just go and take over tomorrow and have the president-elect to be in office, but I know that that is not possible. So what I resign myself to is to joining Project C. I knew that if I joined Project C, at least I would be able to contribute my whatever talents that I have towards this movement. That is a calming factor to me. I have been reflecting a little bit today about the theme for our meeting today. And I just wanted to maybe round up on that. Holding the future, truth, resilience, and the people's mandates. The future belongs to the people. Cameroonians are not passive observers. We are the rightful custodians of our nation's destiny. We might not look like it, but we are that. Our future is not owned by a regime, a party, or a small elite. The future is in the hands of the ordinary people, our parents, the diaspora, and the youth. We must continue to remind each other of this. This reminding is education, and this is the education that we need. When people know their rights, they will act accordingly. So while it might be a little bit daunting, we need to keep reminding each other that we are the rightful custodians of our nation's destiny. Project C does that. We equip our people with the tools, the knowledge, and the courage that they need in order to reclaim that future. With enough education, that will happen. The next thing that was in the theme today was truth. Truth is the foundation of a nation. Truth is the first step towards healing and rebuilding. For Cameroon, truth means transparency, honesty, accountability, respect for the voice of the people. We must say that, Mr. Atanganji, respect of the voice of the people. Without truth, there is no trust. Without trust, there can be no nation. Project C stands as a platform where truth is not feared. It is demanded. The next thing we have talked about is we have for our theme today is resilience. The strength of a people who refuse to break. Cameroonians have endured decades of hardship, injustice, and silencing, yet the people remain unbroken. Week after week, all of you come to this meeting ready, excited, and even when we're pushed back, even when the news doesn't sound so good in Cameroon, we continue. Even though sometimes we feel like we're just turning the wheels on the same spot, we come week after week, day after day. Small communities in Cameroon defy the oppressors and protest on the lack of electricity, the lack of clean water. It's amazing that the people of Mutengene did not step back and say, no, we are afraid of what's going to happen because we have to declare a manifestation. They sat on those roads, and guess what? Their messages were answered. So all we need to do is educate our people. The only thing they haven't done is they should all get out at the same time. I don't understand why they're getting out in small groups. We need to have the courage to keep standing, the determination to keep demanding for justice, the unity to keep pushing for change, the refusal to surrender, the dream for a better Cameroon, we must continue the people's mandate. Power returns to its true owners. That is very important. The future of Cameroon is in our hands, and we will not let it be stolen. We demand truth, not silence. We demand justice, not fear. A nation cannot move forward with lies. Cameroon rises when truth rises. We honor Cameroon by demanding the truth it deserves. Thank you, Ellie. Ellie, are you there?
I am. I was speaking to myself.
Sorry
Yes.
about that.
Thank you, Annette. You know, so much. It's like you were speaking from our hearts. And we're going to close for sure. But Vivian, I see your hand up. I'm going to have you quickly say something before we round up, because I don't want anyone to leave today without hearing us putting our hearts together, listening to each other. So, Vivian, thank you. Go ahead. And then before we close, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I've been listening. I didn't want to talk initially, but Ken has provoked so many thoughts in me. Thanks, everyone, for participating and continuously hanging in there. It's been difficult. Personally, for me, this is not new. Being in a revolution is not new. Been fighting. But one thing I wanted to bring to the attention of Project C leadership is the need for a collective revolution. So many people have been asking me these questions, and I haven't been able to answer properly. So I really need one of you to either answer some of the questions here, or find time to address them. So many people have concerns about the fact that Project C champions the release of prisoners post-electoral, and not all prisoners. There are so many political prisoners who have been sitting in prison. So many have died. So many international organizations have reported that. Amnesty International reported so many who passed away. And so these are some of the questions that people have asked. If we have to conduct a revolution of this magnitude, we need to make it a collective effort. Because when you continuously champion the release of post-electoral prisoners, you are neglecting the other political prisoners that have been languishing in prison for so long. These are also Cameroonians who have championed freedom of speech, who have championed change in Cameroon. Also, my second question for Project C is the need for diaspora to be inclusive, to be united. What are we doing? What is Project C doing to get diaspora emotional about what's happening in Cameroon? And I mean Cameroonian diaspora, let alone the African diaspora. Because this plight, the plight of Cameroon, is not just Cameroon's plight. It's a plight beyond Cameroon. When the Anglophone crisis started, I am a Twitter, I would call it, I'm on Twitter almost every day. I attended Twitter spaces almost every day. And I realized that Cameroonians were completely out of it. There was no care. There was no concern. There was absolutely no issues coming from Cameroonians. When you don't project your own problem, nobody will help you project it. At the same time, there was the issue with the Ethiopians, the Tigrayan crisis, you could see every single Ethiopian attending spaces which didn't concern them just to talk about their problem. Cameroonians were absent. It's the same situation today. You go to so many spaces, they talk about, everybody is talking about their issues. The Congolese are holding spaces. I have noticed that we do not do spaces to champion, to amplify these causes. Even when you do a space, 1 or 2 people are going to come in there, and if they're not talking about what happened at the nightclub the previous day, what dress, who wore, it's not going to be a successful space. 2 or 3 people are going to hang in there and get, disappointed and leave. What I'm saying is Project C needs to find a way to get Cameroonian diaspora involved. We need to find a way. I am in so many Cameroonian forums. This issue is barely talked about. Barely talked about. People have died in Cameroon. Ekane died. It kills me. It kills me. And reason why I say Project C needs to do better in amplifying the cause for prisoners especially is because these are people who don't have a voice. We are their voices. I'm a part of Release Them campaign, which was formed in 2019, 2020. We decided that it wasn't only an Anglophone problem, it was an all Cameroonian problem. And we kept it as such. Every single Friday, we created Black Friday for all political prisoners in prisons. We didn't do that because we for some reason, it kills me that we have abandoned some of these prisoners to be on their own. Please, let's do better. If Cameroon is truly united and one, and if we preach unity, let it start from Project C. Let's reflect what we preach. Let's walk our talk. Last but not least, fundraising. I've raised a lot of funds for so many projects. Accountability, transparency, consistent update on what the funds are being used for is extremely important. It's a motivator. It makes people want to contribute more and more and more. But when people contribute and there is not that update, it makes them start, thinking what is not there. Again, financing organizations like this, financing revolutions is not a walk in the park, but we must make it our duty to give Cameroonians a reason to contribute their money, because we're coming from some kind of corrupt societies where nobody gives accountability for anything. So Project C needs to be that change. Let's show it by example. So much to talk about, but I'm going to yield here. Please answer my questions. What can Project C do to change the narrative when it comes to getting Cameroonian diaspora involved, both from homeland and in the diaspora in this movement? And secondly, what is the plan? What is Project C's plan for strategy plan for 2026 going forward? I yield. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Vivian. And I was thinking, and I said, my dad once said to me that if people are not talking about you, you're doing nothing. So I think that everybody on here who considers themselves Project C, should feel proud that we have just been here since August. And we, because of what you have created, it's been looked upon with all these responsibilities. And I love questions that would go for organizations that have been around for decades, right? So this is really exactly, and that's because of the might and the power we have. So Vivian, you're bringing that out. We know that, and that is so true. Now, I am going to answer this mildly, knowing that it will be continued to be discussed. I've written things that you talked about down. Some of them I may not be able to answer, but it's going to come. But the first one you talked about was supporting prisoners post-elections. And I want to say that we have never come out to support prisoners only post-elections. We are talking about prisoners, all political prisoners. But yes, it is true that with the current prisoners is how we remember. So when we come in and talk about that, that's where people can remember. One of the questions that we asked Issa Shiroma, as we did a lot of the candidates, when they were coming on the Zoom prior to the elections, was what was going to happen to the political prisoners. And I remember Shiroma was very quick on his feet with his answers, talking about their release. I actually remember Buba Bello's answer also, but that's not what we're talking about. So he answered that, and that was key. So this is in the forefront. It's not one person, it's all. There could be room, Vivian, to be able to add and have all those, lists on there. And that's something that we're organizing for sure. But yes, so we're not hoping that when the government changes, or we want just the post-election. No, I think that would be naive on all our parts, right? Because as we have consistently said, this fight has been fought not just now, it has continuously been fought, and the baton has been passed on, and this is the biggest part of the battle. So it is all political prisoners, not just post-election. Another thing that you talked about, and I know I'm skipping around, is talking about the diaspora being united. There are many things we can do. Fortunately, Project C is not one brain, right? It is you, everyone here. That is a rhetorical question, Vivian, that I want you to ask that to everyone you talk to. I've been seeing you here on Project C. I want to challenge every one of us. I challenge myself every week, and I know I've been bringing people here. Who are we bringing here? Who are, as Ari would say, who are the 5 people you're bringing? So first of all, for us to be united, and for many of us who come here every week, it's because we show up. And today we can see, and other times, that more are joining, not just being a sideliner, but jumping into the conversation. My deepest, heart desire is that we will have more people, because we do have committees who will come in and take on these different things. Because I just want you to think that if Project C started with 1 person, 2, 3, 4, they're adding, then what are we doing, right? So it's not an organization where we're saying, what are you going to do? No, we're saying, and I know this is a challenge, people. When I am fighting, I have to refer to this Bamileke and Meta clan, because I come from that, and we can all relate from wherever. If you're Banso, you're Iwondo, you can relate to that family. And you can be emotional about it because you understand it at first than the other person on the other side. This is the first time. I want everyone here to think about, we've talked about groups you've been involved with, fundraising and things you've done. Was it with Cameroon as a whole? I'd like for you to answer that. Let's accept the difficult task in front of us. This situation we're in is the first time we're doing it as a whole as Cameroonians. It is challenging. And I am not refusing on what we can do, because we can do more. And I'm sure you would want me to give some very, fancy answer of, oh, this is what we have. No, Project C is rightfully everyone here, 4 months old or 5 months old. And my question to you is, if we're casting doubt and we don't believe, we're not here. We're here because a few people believed, and they didn't care what it was. They were going to jump in, and other people like yourself came in. So if we have that conversation and we grow, it will take its shape, and we growing. What we're doing to unite is exactly what you see, is exactly what we have been doing. Is it going to happen at a squeak of light? No. We're not your NGO that you have read and been in. We're not. We are not. And I just wanted to be honest. I don't want to come here with a perfect answer because it will be wrong. I want us to understand what it means to build a nation. And that is the challenge to every single person here. We're us. We are us saving us. That's what Project C is. We're us saving us. Now, one of the things that we've been mindful of, and we are failing forward to success. All of us, we're failing forward to success. One of the things that we've been mindful of is, I've heard people say, I don't care how far extreme they should be able to speak. People, we are here to take down a government and to bring another one. Divisive languages that come in saying we cannot and keeps insinuating our inability to do that without being positive. We've had some of those. We're not, maybe after we've taken over and Project C continues to exist, we can be open. We're in a battlefield. There's a discipline when we're on a battlefield. We're here to go somewhere, and this is really where the most energy is concentrated. We appeal to you. It's not like we've seen today, it's not going to be perfect, but we have a lot of people who understand that we have to come together to move forward. And in that, it's not all going to be clear. But if we're breaking and chipping down and comparing us to other groups, we are not interested right now. It could happen later. I want us to agree that when it comes time to accomplish to move forward. So I first of all want to admit that we're moving forward. We're trying the best. It's not, obviously we've had some 13 or 1400 in the general group that we've had, and we'll continue to build. But with us being here today, with you being here today, we can grow this. We can grow Project C. Project C is Cameroonians everywhere. So let's see what we can do together to build. Last, I want to talk about the financing. I'm really happy that a lot of people have been talking about financing. And I know because I've seen these things, being a part of some where so much money has been raised. It could be past association. It could be, political groups that it may not be the whole country, but tuned together for one thing. Everybody could relate. I want us to remember, this is where we're seeing who we are. This is Cameroon putting money together. Have you ever been in a group where the entire country was putting money together? It is really a question. We have to understand the task that's in front of us. And we're putting money together as a country, not as a region, as politics. And then the other thing that we are doing, Vivian, thank you so much for pointing that out. And it's something we will be doing. It's been talked upon. Transparency is one of the things that we are so, and as you guys can see, we're having this conversation out in the open. I also want to ask those of us who've been members of a lot of different groups, it's quite challenging. And that's to show how far we've come. I've rarely seen or known the groups who have been in politics and other little factions who have had such conversations. We have our conversations in the open. So, and we're open to be challenged. But what I want to encourage us in doing, Vivian, you have great ideas. Please contact an administrator, put the ideas down. This is how we've grown, and we can talk about it. We are going to grow, and what are the things that we need? And we are never sending down suggestions. If you write them down, we are taking them in, because that's the only way we're going to grow. I also want to say that we have everything. So we are able to report. We've come in and say, here's the money, but we have to go in more details. One of the things that I'm really proud about is that nobody in Project C gets paid, of course not, but that all the monies that we've been receiving has been able to go back to Cameroon. And now we're even examining, as a very, very new project, whatever we may call it, we're even questioning things more on, if we give 4,800 to the truck drivers, who did we give it to? What exactly did it do? Did we get pictures that came back? How do we make that possible? So we want you to know that as we grow, we are asking ourselves this difficult question. And now that we know this and we didn't get this, what is the best thing to do? And we're even switching sometimes the coordinates we have. We're working as we speak to have people down in Cameroon so we can have other underground journalists get pictures and things for us. So all of this is very important, and that's why we're able to answer them out in the open. Another question you ask about Project C, a strategy for 2026 is something we're going to come back. As we know, this is the last Saturday of the year that we're meeting, and then it's going to be a new year when we meet the next time. So I know that the answers are not perfect, Vivian, and to those who also want to hear, but I hope you know that we're ready to we're very open to be criticized. Like I said, if you're not talked about, you're not doing anything to make change. So that is quite an honor for us, and we're going to continue opening up. So please write suggestions. We can discuss more, and then some of those answers are going to come back because it does warrant that we retreat, we answer them. They're probably things that we're already working on, and then we bring them back to you. So we thank you, Eric. I know that you have some things to say as we're rounding up on this. This definitely has been a big meeting today. So Eric, are you ready? If you can unmute yourself. Thank you. Uh-oh. Mimi, things happen,
All
so
right.
I don't think that, yes.
I know you're in control. Yes. I just, want to react to the point about the strategy for next year. We're starting a new year, I think. And, we will be talking to a range of people present here today. And if you have any ideas and you don't hear my voice or Judith, please, if you don't, try to reach out to us and make a contribution to this evolving strategy on how we go forward. It's going to be very important. But we clearly will have a strategy for 2028, 2026 that seeks to achieve two things. One, strengthen the link between the diaspora and the nation, which will put ourselves as that bridge to the rest of the nation on a range of ideas. It's not just politics, but also other things, economy and so on. So we'll try to position ourselves to help, because we're going to have to rebuild Cameroon. If we're going to rebuild Cameroon, we need ideas, and we want to make sure that the ideas from the diaspora, no country has grown significantly without its diaspora. So we want to make sure that this diaspora, the Cameroonian diaspora, contributes to making one of the greatest nations on the African continent. We'll do that next year. Where it'll be part of that strategy. The other thing that will be part of that strategy is to get Mr. Chiroma to a 2D. And we're going to come up with this plan, the retro plan, and we'll inform everybody about it so that we can work in very concrete ways with steps that are measurable to take the president to a 2D. Then just so you understand what I'm saying. And I know Vincent de Paul is with us. I know Baudelaire is with us still, and we'll be one, asking these questions. I know Chris is with us, and we'll be asking these questions. And I'll tell you this, again, there's a lot about the strategy that we can talk about, but I'll tell you this, that the reason I say it is because I want the folks on the other side to know it. We are working to get the full support of a critical number of people within the Cameroonian army. That work is going on and going on very successfully. They should know that. So it's part of the strategy that we all thought, no, we shouldn't disclose. But it's important to disclose it. And we're getting very, I feel very confident about it.
The other thing, it's very distracting to your message.
Sorry about that. I am managing two
Thank
conferences at the same time. Oh, I didn't realize it was that loud. Thank you very much. So I was saying, and I made the point. I said, amongst the many things going on, and I didn't want to talk about this, is that Chiroma cannot go to a 2D without the army. without support from the army. Strong, clear, decisive support from the Cameroonian army. And we are obtaining that. We are obtaining that. I feel sorry, Mr. Whatever those guys' names are, Ngongo, Galaxy Toga, and my brother Tanganji, and so on. We are getting the support we need from the army. And we're still working on it, and it will come out clearly, maybe before the 15th of January, but maybe later than that. So I'm encouraging those in the army who are still holding back. Please don't serve your country. Do not serve a handful of people who've destroyed the country. And if you need for us to prove that they've destroyed the country, we can do that. If you need for us to prove to you that Mr. Ngongo, with all the resources he's taken out of that country, has contributed to destroying the country, we can prove it. We can prove it for Atanganji. We can prove it for Galante Toga. We can prove it for almost all of them. So I'm encouraging many of you in the army to be on the right side of history. But this is all part of the strategy that, going forward. So I feel fairly confident about where we can, what will be happening next year. We will then, we will develop the strategy for next year, which in response to Vivian's concern, we will develop this, we will share it with you. There are a couple of things. This is, I mentioned the dashboard that we're working on. I hope you all will contribute to that dashboard. Michael Sense is working to put it together. Did I disclose something I should not have? I mean, I get accused often of talking before, of giving more information than I should. Unfortunately, they have I'm a communications person. That's been my life. So yes, but we're working on the dashboard, and Michael is working on it, and we'll try to make sure that it gets to you. And then, of course, Baudelaire, who spoke, I still hope that his group will come out with the this, what is it called? Not a tableau de bord, but that has all the names of the various people that we're working with and where they sit currently. So there are these things that are being developed, and we will hopefully put them out before long. My last point is the message will get to Mr. Chiroma about the need. Hopefully in the next few days he will say something. But please help us help him. Help us help Issa Chiroma by reassuring people that he's not sleeping. Reassuring people that he's not sleeping. But I get the point that he needs to be seen or heard from. I get the point, made very strongly by many of us this evening. And we will get that message to him. We will figure out how he can do this, even if it's just to come out and say hi. He'll definitely make a statement, I think, before the end of the year, or for the, an end of year speech. I think he'll do that. I don't have confirmation yet, but I think he will. So please understand us, and I want to leave you with a number of messages, a number of things we need to think about for the end of the year. One, we are all leaders in this, very important. Mr. Chiroma is just one person, but he needs all of us as leaders, not as listeners or as sideline observers. He needs literally everybody here to stand up as a leader and challenge the rest of the diaspora. We want to see that happen. So that's one. And we'll get the message to him that he needs to show up, but that we also will be showing up. The other thing I want to also bring out, enfin, peut-être que je le dise en français aussi. Let me say this in French also. Nous allons informer M. Chiroma de tout ce qui a été dit ce soir, aujourd'hui, ce matin, cet après-midi. Mais en retour, nous allons aussi lui dire que les Camerounais qui ont assisté à nos réunions sont prêts à prendre aussi leurs responsabilités en tant que leader. Donc, qu'il n'est pas seul. Il est en compagnie de beaucoup de gens, d'Angeline Do, de Alec Atetakou, de Baudelaire, de Connie, de Dita, enfin de tout le monde. Ia Massamba, nous sommes tous dedans. Nous sommes avec lui en tant que responsable. On va le lui dire, on va essayer de rester ensemble avec des communications. On va informer aussi, comment elle s'appelle, ma grande sœur, Maître Com, qu'en tant que porte-parole, il y a un certain nombre de choses qu'elle doit absolument assurer, des choses qu'elle doit faire, mais on va l'informer. Je veux terminer donc en remerciant un certain nombre de personnes de fondateurs parce qu'ils ont été avec nous tout le temps. I want to thank, besides Elizabeth and Ari, who are all, they're doing, who are on top of everything and doing all the work. I want to thank Herman, Judith, Annette, Angeline, Mike, Dr. Tita, Alain, Wilson, Leopold, Alain, Jean-Marie Junior Abena, Kenneth Nde, Mimi Mefo, who I hope we hear from as the last speaker. Oh, maybe not, because I think she's gone off to someplace. But my junior brother, but the big man in America, Chris Che, whom a lot of you will know, Kenneth Tendo, and did I mention Kenneth Nde, that you can in the group? But all of you, you've taken on responsibilities that go beyond. Did I mention Alain? Or yes, I'm sure I did. Anyway, thank you to everybody, and hopefully we will we'll continue this job. We will inform the president about every single one of you and what you're all trying to do. We'll send the list. Elizabeth, we must send the list to Laurent, who will make sure that the president sees it, and that we are with him, and that we will be the leaders of this movement. Cannot be him alone, and that we will do what it takes to get to the place we have to get to before within a few months going into the new year. So thank you all, and thank you, Elizabeth. And I don't, maybe I already stepped out, but please, you can bring this to a close.
Well, so I don't know if Mimi, are you able to speak? If Mimi can't, we have Alain Oyono. Then let's find out if Mimi can say a word, and then we're actually going to have to say goodbye. We've spent our New Year together. Yes, we actually have to go to say goodbye so we can all go about. But Alain, you could just speak. I'm giving you 2 minutes. We do this before at other meetings. I'm giving you 2 minutes.
It would be 1 minute.
Okay, very good. S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît.
Just to say to Vivian that I was very sensitized on what Project C. I don't know if it's fluent in French as I am in English, but je vais le dire en français. Project C est une organisation qui apprend en marchant. Il y a beaucoup de choses que nous faisons en marchant. Encore une fois, j'ai envie de redire qu'il faut de l'indulgence par rapport à tout ça, parce que ça veut dire qu'on se trompe, on essaie, on affine, mais ce qui est important, et il faut le croire par rapport à ça, il y a une volonté d'avancer en s'améliorant. Mais I wanted, especially for Vision, to take the commitment that for the next meeting, for the next general meeting, we'll come back with a master plan or refined strategy that will be shared with everyone as much as it can. Just to say to her that about this strategy thing, we are deeply concerned about it, and we are working on it very hardful, and hopefully next week we'll comes up with something with some fresh information on that regard. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. We would have to close at this time. And I think everything that needs to be said, we're always going to have conversation, has been said. Annette gave us a phenomenal close. I think there were a lot of words of reflection from what she, from what she shared with us. And so I hope we can remember that. And this is being recorded, and of course, in all the social media platforms. I just want to say, thank ourselves for not ever to lose courage, not to be discouraged, and to think that there's anything small we're doing. And like I said when we started, we really have to be mature as a people, and not to be one-sided, but to know that in everything that we do, we're going to bring this government down, and that we're holding hands as a people. We're going to hold hands together. Now, there's certain things like, the other prisoners, other things that when we have come together, there's so much we'll be able to change at so many levels. The other factions that we would be able to do things. But for now, even people who see differently with us, who are in this wall of Cameroon, it is for our good that we all join hands together. It is for our good that we lower some of the things that we want and join hands together in this one-mindedness to be able to take down this government, anything that would take them down. And then once we put down the many other arrangements that we can do. So I'm just appealing to us as a people that, as we shut down today, being the last Saturday, we're going to be meeting for these meetings that we started since the 2nd of August. And we will be here again next Saturday, which will be 2026, a year that we know that we will be bringing down this government, because there's so many things happening in the background that some of them cannot even be discussed here at all. I've heard some things. I know it is not for our good that we discuss it in public. And I think there's a good percentage of that, maybe even 60, I would say, that cannot be discussed. And there's everything else that we're doing. So all of this together is what's going to bring this nation down, this government down. And we would rise up as a nation. We will rise up as a new nation, as a nation that none of us have envisioned this new nation. I mean, know this new nation. We don't know what it's like. Let's just be humble enough. We do not know what it's like to be together as a people. We do not know what it's like to join and build a new nation. And we're doing it as we're feeling forward together. So friends, I just, in the name of God, in the name of Allah, in the name of, a divine master, whoever we believe in, knowing that, at the very bottom of this, we're all the same. I heard a little, a man was describing to his grandson who says, but I don't understand God. And he took him outside one day. It was raining, it was drizzling. And he says, come, grandson. It was a grandson. And it went out as the rain was drizzling. He said, it gathers up maybe in a pond, and then the river, or the lake, and then the lake, the river, to the sea, to the ocean. And let's pretend the ocean is God, right? And so, it just didn't know, but that's the collective power, the spirit, that we truly are all one. We really are all one, and sometimes we're living in a haven that we don't know. We all know the story of the fish in the water, and somebody was telling the fish how there's this place called heaven. It's so beautiful, and the ocean is amazing. It's what the ocean, the water there is amazing. The plants, I mean, it was a glorious place. And the fish is saying, oh, I wish I lived there someday. I wish I lived there somewhere. But the fish was in the ocean, and we're talking about the ocean, you know? So we already have what we're seeking, for what we're seeking is seeking us always. We already have what it takes to own our nation, but we have to come to it. We have to recognize it. For if the fish didn't know that, you know, it's living in that heaven, or the little boy didn't know that part of God is a spirit that exists in him, and the oneness and the togetherness, then it will act separately. It will be convicted of its separation from what it is one. So I just want to say to all of us, we are one. We are one nation. You know, we may have different names in this human existence, but if we come together, like Vivian said, as Cameroonians, and be mature enough to stand together, break this country, we're rippling through Africa. We're rippling through the world. And we are the heart of Africa. And so I just want to say that, you know, have a great and a happy new year. I have the humble self to be able to shut this down for the end of the year. And so wishing you the best blessings to you and your family. Thank you so much. And we look forward to being here on Saturday next week. On Monday, we're going to shut down our group, and we're, you know, our general group. We're going to put all announcements on there. Please remember, if you're not a part of the group yet, right now, talk to someone maybe who invited you here. The link probably has already been sent on here so that you can be a part of our group, and we will continue this fight. And I will just end by saying something daring I was sharing with someone, that I started a visualization in my prayer time of seeing the celebration of Cameroonians as together. Maybe we can all do that. Seeing us together in Cameroon, whether anywhere you are, whether you're there or not, same spirit, but that we can be, that we, instead of being focused on the problem, I start visualizing what it's like to have a new president that is for the people. And I'm seeing the name President ITV Issa Shiroma. It's not about him, but we chose, you know, I can see that we take down Bia, but it's not complete because we need a president to that country. And the people already chose a president. That energy is in the form of ITB. So I chose to see that. And maybe we can visualize that and just hold the energy, hold the spirit together, knowing that it all will come to pass, and we will be for better as a people because we did this task together, and we cannot be the same. So I thank you, and have a great rest of your day. Bye. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Mommy. Right.
Cry for Cameroon. We want to hear that.
Okay, we are doing that. I really got distracted. That was a crash, but it was not as bad as the ones that we've gotten from
It's a great crash.
government before. I was trying to look so perfect and professional, but that doesn't exist, does it? Okay, I'm going to share that screen here in a minute. If we can all go out with the music that we all want to hear. Yep, here we go.